check, check. పెళ్ళికి పెట్టుకున్నారు
అది గోల్డ్ బ్లాక్ లేటెస్ట్ పెళ్లి పెడుతున్నా
తెలుగు వచ్చాయి ఇంటికి అయ్యాకు ఏ చెక్ చెక్ check. Lata madam?
Tejas sir, can you hear
Yeah,
me?
ma'am. Yeah, ma'am. Your voice is clear.
Hope my voice is audible and clear.
Yeah, ma'am. It is clear.
Yeah,
Thank
thank
you.
you, sir. I'll just start.
He was present.
A very good morning to the participants and delegates present for the second day of fifth International Conference on Innovative Mechanism and Standard for Assuring Quality in Higher Education Institutions. A warm welcome for the second day of the conference. Hope the first day has been fruitful and we have made all our efforts to put and bringing the best quality in terms of knowledge and assurance. We are a few minutes ahead for the second day to start up. Hope all of you would join and be ready for the second day's knowledge that would be imparted to all the scholars and learned personalities over there. Thank you so much on the second day. Thank you. A very good morning to the delegates and the participants. We, on behalf of IQAC and Academic Staff College, KLEF, proudly invites all the delegates and the participants to the 5th International Conference on Innovative Mechanism and Standards for Assuring Quality in Higher Education Institutions. We are happy that the first day has been a fruitful and a knowledgeable session for all the delegates. We had the renowned personalities like Professor Abhiramakrishna, who has delivered his knowledge on Indian higher education, creating a quality mindset. We also had MS Professor Vaughan, who has delivered her knowledge on challenges of total quality management in higher education. We have happily associated with Professor Ansur Rahman, who gave his inputs on professional development on academic staff in higher education, a need of the nation. That was the morning sessions, delegations, and in the afternoon session, the theme for the afternoon session was role of quality assurance in teaching and research excellence framework. With this, we had Professor Mrinalini Shah, who has spoke on zero defect in education, taking inspirations from Indian ethos. We also had Professor John McClay, who spoke on ensuring qualities in interdisciplinary teaching. This was our first day, and first day was always a fruitful and a knowledgeable session to all the delegates and the participants over there. We also had few paper presentations from the scholars of Oman, and also we had from Gurgaon, where the deliberations were really fruitful. The second day of the international conference has been with the theme Quality in 3 Ps and Education 5.0. And we have the valedictory which starts from 2:30. Hope all of you would remain and play a vital role for our valedictory also. Thank you so much.
Dr. K. Raman.
Yes, sir. Am I audible?
Speak again, sir.
Sure.
That's right. Please speak again.
Am I audible, madam?
Louder.
Am I audible, madam?
Time. time and tide waits for none. We, on behalf of IQAC and Academic Staff College, happy to invite you all for the second day of 5th International Conference jointly organized by IQAC and Academic Staff College, KLEF. We are happy to invite you all to have a deliberate delegations for the second day. May I take it as a privilege to start the second day with the welcome address by Professor Radhakrishna Sharma, Associate Dean, IQAC. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Hope I am audible to all. As we know, this is second day of our conference, which is sponsored by NAC. I would like to express my thanks for showing confidence in our university and IQAC in particular by NAC. This conference is an annual conference which IQAC University is organizing annually. The intention of the conference is to bring together international and national experts, researchers, academicians, industry executives, and other stakeholders for quality assessment of enhancement of higher education. Today's National Assessment and Accreditation Council sponsored IQHEI 2023 is a platform to share knowledge and ideas for mutual benefit of different higher education institutions and society at large. We are blessed with the presence of eminent speakers from, say, half of the world. Yesterday we had Professor Abhirama Krishna, as Lata ma'am already mentioned, Professor Anisur Rahman, Professor Midalni Shah, and Professor John as ours, and Dr. Wan from Malaysia as our keynote speakers. We also have 12 papers in different aspects of the quality assurance and accreditation by the researchers, faculty members, and scholars. That is certainly a value addition to this conference. This is our honor. Today, we have Professor K. Ramakrishna, advisor of NAC, India. Thank you, madam. Thank you for sparing your time. There is a complaint of the industry that academia is not delivering what industry is expecting. Hence, to bridge this gap, we attempted to invite some industry experts also, and we are thankful to Mr. Ullas Ponnadi from Chennai to join us today. We also have Dr. Rinaldo from Oman and Professor Dilip from Nigeria with us. And of course, since yesterday, continuously participating in the conference, Professor Rumpa Roy from Kingdom of Bahrain. And we have our paper presenters. We welcome you all, and We also welcome our participants on this second day of the conference. Hope this conference will achieve its objectives. With these words, once again, welcome you all. Over to Professor Lata.
Thank you, Radhakrishna sir. We will be honored and privileged to call upon today's guest of honor, Dr. K. Rama, Advisor NAC. Though we have been associated with ma'am since years, but her speech would be incomplete without introducing her prolific biodata or her achievements by Dr. P. Lakshmi Prasanna, Associate Dean Quality.
Myself, Dr. P. Lakshmi Prasanna, Associate Dean Quality. It is an immense pleasure to introduce Dr. Rama Kondapalli Garu. Dr. Rama Kondapalli, she received PhD degree in Ecology and Environment and a Master's in Life Sciences from Viswabharati University, Shantiniketan, India. And also she received bachelor's in education and pursued a diploma in intellectual property rights law from the NLSI University. She has more than 20 years of experience in educational administration, policy planning, management, quality assurance, and research. She published several articles, papers, and reports, co-authored and edited number of books on quality assuring, including conceptualizing and developing quality assurance toolkits for teacher education and distance higher education programs and institution for the Commonwealth of Learning and ADB. Dr. Rama Garu has served various apex agencies in India dealing with education, including the Ministry of MHRD and AICTE, NCTE in different capacities. In the NAC, apart from the contributing to the assessment and accreditation of higher education institution, she has extensively contributed to the development of assessment and accreditation tools and methodologies and guidelines for the NAC. She has been actively engaged in capacity building programs, research, and publications for the NAC. She has also worked with the UNSCO UNRWA as the Education Quality Assurance Officer. The most recent recognitions conferred on her include the appointment as the Honorary Advisor to the Commonwealth of Learning and felicitation by INTL Teach for her contribution to the ICT integration and quality enhancement in teacher education. It is a never-ending introduction of her. In this connection, I request Dr. Rama ma'am to take over the session and address the gathering. Welcome, ma'am.
Thank you, Lakshmi, Prasanna, and others and colleagues at KLU. And good morning to all the eminent speakers, experts who are on board, and also the participants engaged in this conference. I'll just take a few minutes to share my slides, and then we will start with the program. Can you allow me to share? Hello?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah,
Yes,
ma'am.
ma'am.
Yeah, ma'am.
Just a few minutes. Yes, ma'am.
Already we made you, man.
No. It's showing that you have not allowed me. Permission is not granted. Okay. Yeah. That's good. Okay. Hope you are able to see the content. Yeah?
No, ma'am.
No? Not
No,
it?
ma'am.
Not yet,
Not
ma'am.
it, ma'am.
Again, it's disconnected. The permission is not given.
No, ma'am, you are the presenter. Ma'am.
Yeah. I'm the presenter, but you should give me permission, no?
No. I have given you, madam. Ma'am, is it?
Yeah, tell me. Hello?
Yeah, ma'am. I'm making you. I mean, I'm assigning the. I will share the first, and then I will give you the rights again. Ma'am. Just wait.
Yeah.
Let me try like this.
Now shall I move? Shall I try?
Ma'am, just try now, ma'am.
Yeah. Wait 1 minute. Okay. How to share? This is what I-
Ma'am, you have logged in with two times, ma'am.
Yeah. When disconnected.
Can you please
Okay.
log out and log in once, ma'am, when you click the
Yeah.
link?
Now I click on the screen. I go to share content and click on the screen. Am I correct?
Yeah, ma'am.
And then how do I go to my desktop?
Yes, ma'am. But your content is not yet shared, ma'am. Ma'am, please log out of this link once and please log in again, ma'am.
Again, huh?
Yeah, please,
Okay.
ma'am. These sense.
Done. I logged in. Hello.
Yeah, ma'am. I made you presenter, ma'am. Please try once.
No, the same issue is coming. I don't know.
Yeah, ma'am. You are able to see your screen.
You are seeing my screen. I just wanted to go to my what I call
Yeah, it's
desktop.
present.
No.
Yeah, ma'am. You
Uh,
just presentation. Just open the presentation, ma'am. Just below that there is a presentation, ma'am. Just click on
yeah.
it. Yeah, we are able to see your presentation, ma'am.
You are able to see. Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
thank you.
So, sorry for this technical snag. Maybe my lack of literacy in terms of handling these presentations online. um, I just was thinking, though the topic was very broad, with that and the national education policy on board, and the reforms, the type of reforms which are going on in India, especially. I just thought that, how do we approach quality in this context of reforms which are taking place, is what I was thinking I should discuss or deliberate upon, or put forward my thoughts. So, if you look at the present context, um, what is the current need, especially post COVID, in the education system? The needs have been drastically changing, and also the reform agenda which is given to us in terms of NAP 2020 also calls for a drastic change in the system of education, especially higher education in India. So, if you look at the reforms, there is a need for reorganization of the education system. As NAP talks of taking a comprehensive view of education, with three major components being part of assessment, unlike the earlier thing, that is curricular, co-curricular, and extracurricular, all becoming part of the mainstream education. Then the second part of it is to reorganize the whole system of education and the content which is delivered to suit the new needs of our youth. and the changing market context and uncertain market requirements, which makes it essential to move towards multidisciplinarity in the curriculum and the programs being offered. Then the third and the last one, which I would like to highlight, is to train the needs for life, which involving four factors. That is a major shift which the current system of education is trying to bring in, is training for a living. That is what we are calling of lot of inculcation of skills component, employability component into our education, because the economic need of the current youth has been a big challenge for us, and the requirement of that provided on campus is also a very important issue. Then cultivation of a social sense, which has been not part of our education in more, especially in terms of engineering and other professional courses, where the focus is mainly on the domain or the subject, and equipping the youth with knowledge and practice of the rights and duties of the citizenship. So the commitment of the youth towards the nation and towards the development of the society also forms a major component, and because of which we see that the outreach activities and the extracurricular component has become a major part of assessment of the education system in the new reform policy brought about by India. Then also, the type of movement we are expecting our children to go to move both for education and for employment across borders, needs our youth to have an understanding of the cultural the diversity and the cultural environment in which they are going to pursue their careers, and the devotion and the character, that is the ethical parts, ethical and values which need to be inculcated among the students. So in view of this changes which are happening in the new education policy, keeping that as one side of the game, there is also another side of the country's challenge in the education system, that is how to break this iron triangle, that is meeting the ends of quality. Still we have issues of access, that is, and or quantity in the cost of the education, and issues of equity. So the education reforms are all set to solve this triangle, so that our youth gets quality education and is accessible to everybody, and has and is cost effective. So, we talk a lot of increasing our GERs, gross enrollment ratios, and a lot of technology involvement, so that, it becomes cost effective, and also en masse education happens in this country. So, a lot of technology involvement, lot of online education, lot of distance education, and education to through different modes. The hybrid mode of approach towards education are some of the major issues which we are looking at in terms of increasing the enrollment ratios, gross enrollment ratios. So, when these changes are happening in the education system, there is a need to reorganize the structure and the implementation processes and the quality assurance processes of the universities. Of course, we have talked to enhance to solve the iron triangle challenges of quality, access, and cost. We have, as I have told, integrated lot of ICT enabled teaching learning processes are coming on board, and there is a lot of improved issues of governance, especially in terms of e-governance, and a lot of issues of relevance which are coming, which we have talked of, multidisciplinarity, etc. So the transition essential to take up the above challenges is to have an education on learning for sustainable development, and a lot of collaborations both with industry and society need to happen, so that there is a sort of learning communities which come on board. So that is how we can take up and meet the challenges of our education reforms and systems. So how do we, is there any is there any issue? Okay. Now, coming to taking up these challenges, it is necessary that we revisit key elements of our education systems and approaches towards quality. So, when we talk of institutional excellence, it is essential that we keep on improving the key processes continually. And there is a lot of challenges which are happening uh, on the campuses, on the portals of the educational institutions, in bringing changes in the key processes, especially in terms of the linkages and the collaborative researches which have to take place on board, and the type of integration of ICT enabled teaching learning processes. These are some of the things which only can improve the processes continuously and take on board the towards educational excellence. If you have to do this improving the key processes continuously, then it is essential that you develop and tap the full potential of the staff, and make your staff have a continuous professional development programs being taken on board, and give the type of autonomy required to implement these new processes of teaching learning and take up the new challenges. And also it is essential to be successful that there's a lot of participatory management of education which happens, and there's a lot of involvement of stakeholders in the whole process of education. So that means engaging the stakeholders in a meaningful way only can handle the challenges of economic and social equity. So there is a lot of stakeholder participation, not only in terms of industry but also the societal participation which is required if you have to provide quality education. So then the next one is, we are talking of lot of innovations and experimentation. So how do you identify and achieve learning outcomes and which will be satisfying the student needs? So there's a lot of innovations and experimentation which has to go through, not only in implementation of the processes, but also give autonomy to students to experiment and put forward their ideas and take ahead their ideas towards meaningful involvement and engagement. So this is where we talk of lot of innovations and experimentations which are happening on the campuses. There are, apart from what we talk of innovations in terms of centers of excellence, or centers, innovation centers or incubation centers which are being developed, it's also at the ground level which a lot of research has to happen at various aspects, and this type of involvement need to be happening, especially engaging students into this ideation type of research work which has to happen on board. And of course, to have successfully implementing all these, good governance issues have to happen at the managerial level, at the governance level, and there should be a lot of transparency and accountability which should be taking place in terms of leadership development programs and other issues on whole issues of governance. So the focus need to be taking a value-based approach has to be taking place on the campuses. So the focus should be on leading strategically in the rapidly changing environment of the and looking for new possibilities and for a lasting winning edge. So this is very much important. So institutions and the managements have to focus on these issues. And the second important one is the leadership for creating an enduring advantage. So, sustaining the quality of the university in this turbulent landscape requires a leader who can align the business strategy with its value system. So, this is, I underline this, align the business strategy with the value systems. So, this is very much important. And for this, strategy and leadership are going to create a long term effect on the whole processes. Then of course there should be a very focused approach to the whole process of education provided on the campus. So there should be a purpose, a sense of purpose, and not going just because there's a demand on the market or other issues. So you have to give a sense of purpose, direction, and strategic perspective to all the activities happening on the campus, and also for all the program provisions which are being offered on campus. And for all this, you need to have to develop a working tool, and a proper understanding has to happen across the board, starting from the students to the top management to the faculty at every level. There should be a proper understanding and performance management and guiding and planning which should be taking place. So the whole process, it's the university, the current universities are growing and evolving universities. There is nothing that an established university is a fully grown university, so they're just evolving universities, and there is a need to strengthen these universities by revisiting the objectives, the whole objectives of the education and the university provisions which they are going to work towards, and reviewing the organization structure in terms of bringing in a lot of transparency and accountability, and providing autonomy and decentralization as a participatory management roles to various stakeholders, and allocation of appropriate financial and human resources. This is what the aspects which the universities, current universities, whether old or new, should be looking at and revisiting them. So the quality dimensions of for the changing landscape are, we have the same positioning of the issues and activities and our stakeholders, but the demands of these stakeholders are different now, and they are in a different context. So we have to evolve the dimensions of quality in line with the changing requirements of both the students and the policy requirements. So there's a lot of change which has to come in the whole management and governance of the university systems. As earlier, the two purposes of quality assurance practices, as we all know, and we have been discussing for long, is accountability and improvement. So we have to rework the issues of accountability and continuous improvement in view of being transformative and leading towards excellence in the operations and meeting the stakeholders' reviewed and revived needs and the commitments of the institution. So it is expected that the universities start looking at quality in terms of promotion of quality as a partnered approach. And there's a lot of capacity building and quality culture which needs to come into the process of quality promotion at the institutional levels. So each and every individual needs to be part of the quality promotion activity and should be engaged in the process of quality. So as a learner, the student in the current system of education, the learner becomes responsible for his or her learning, and the teacher becomes responsible to guide the student in choosing the right learning methodology. So starting from the students to the teachers to the management, everybody should be engaged into the quality promotion activity, and everybody becomes responsible for the quality of the institution. And it is not only the provider who becomes responsible, but also the user, that is the students, also become responsible for the quality learning on the portals of the institution. So this is the new approach to quality promotion in the institutions. So new methodologies and new dimensions have to be evolved and looked at. Then the quality, for quality enhancement, as you know, the internal quality assurance cells have to be strengthened, and they should be more accountable and look at towards improvement as a continuous process. And as we have talked in terms of quality promotion, as proposed by NAC, UGC, and other policy agencies, the internal quality assurance units involve all stakeholders in the process of quality enhancement and decision making for quality improvement. So this is what which the institutions have to relook at and revisit some of the issues of quality in terms of the new context in which the institutions will be working. And of course, quality evaluation. Now the assessment and accreditation process, the ranking process, all these have become a necessity, and all institutions should go for an evaluation in terms of evaluating their performance and having a comparative evaluation of the performance and setting appropriate targets. So the institutions, all academic institutions now should take an entrepreneurship view, and should try to develop abilities and attitude to work effectively with taking high risk and looking at high potential benefit projects, and to rapidly take them from initial concept to realizations. So uh, you know though currently the dominant theory of QA is a focus on implementation, now we have to move much beyond this, and have to work with more risk taking propositions. So a culture of excellence, expertise, and empathy are required, and there's a lot of emphasis on value addition which need to be looked at. um, so efficiency and versus effectiveness, this is the major issue which we have been discussing in the last few slides. So efficiency is all about how the producer has felt, how we as an institution, we are satisfied to what level, and to what level of commitments we have given have been fulfilled. And effectiveness is how the user has felt about the provisions of the institution. So we talk of efficiency and effectiveness both in terms of the institutional provisions as well as the satisfaction of the stakeholders. So quality, when you are making forming tools of quality, or a quality evaluation processes are being established within the institution in the new context, and with the evolving dimensions, then I think if both efficiency and effectiveness should be given equal importance and should be worked out in partnership with the stakeholders. Though the right balance is never easy, but this is the call of the day, And I think it's very important to look at quality as an efficient and effective processes within the institution, which gives satisfaction and which ensures commitment and accountability and autonomy to both the producer and the user. So, as we know, quality assurance is a process of willing and deliberate efforts to discern, sustain, and wherever possible, enhance quality reflections in every aspect of the institution's functioning. This has been a standard definition for us for long, but it is essential in the current context to link it with capacity building in terms of faculty development programs and also learning abilities of students, sustaining the motivation of the students and the teachers who are on our portals, and evolving innovative practices and critical self appraisal. These are the components in which the institution should be looking at for while working or building a culture of quality and building tools necessary for quality assurance. So the four P's of impact of the quality assurance systems, which we have talked of earlier, is one is the power, one the other one is the professionalization, public relations, and the permeability. Now, what is when we talk of power or all the four P's, what we are going to talk, I would like you to relate them with your own internal quality assurance systems and build these things within the internal quality assurance systems. So the what do we mean by power is a supported institutional leadership, that is decentralization and shared responsibility. What we are talking of partnership, partnered management approaches to the quality assurance processes and quality improvement processes and the quality enhancement processes. So, for which you need to have triggered debates about the institutional identity. Who are we? What should we do? Where are we? Who are our stakeholders, etc. And it all implies, at least in principle, a more legitimate role not only for students but also to external stakeholders in higher education. So we are broadening the definitions of quality and extending it more to the participation and engagement of students and external stakeholders. This is the new dimension which we have to bring in into our systems, education system, so that the quality of the education provided on the portals becomes more meaningful and institutional excellence can be achieved. And when we talk of professionalization, it should is triggering formalization of various processes. What type of organizational learning you have, and what type of new dimensions of education which you are going to develop on your portals, and how do you improve from your own learning, or how do you innovate and experiment from your own learning, is what these professionalization of the institution speaks about. And stimulate new forms of academic and administrative cooperation. That is where we talk of collaborative learning, collaborative research, industry institute interactions, institutional social responsibilities, and students engaging in social projects, what the new national education policy talks of, etc. And through the establishment of systems and routines which eliminate much of the anxiety surrounding the various processes without altering much of the strategic behavior related to such processes like teaching learning. We need to bring in some sort of changes, and that tension which exists between the administration and the teaching fraternity and the teachers and the students should be somehow removed, and there should be a smooth running of the processes and smooth happening of the activities on the institution, so that it becomes more meaningful. Now, public relations, this becomes very important. This helps the institutions to articulate what they do in terms of policy and the happenings across the world, globally as well as locally. So improving the external understanding of the higher education, it is in a way like branding your own institutions and getting an identity of your own institution by articulating your activities to the needs of the students and the local and society and the global market requirements, and also how the institution can contribute to promote the importance of teaching learning and having a balance between the research and the continuing education process. This is very much important, especially when NEP is propagating research even at an undergraduate level. So a lot of engagement of your students and stakeholders is essential when you have to take up research, especially at the very basic level. Then help define the sector against alternative ways of trying to define quality. So it is very much essential that you develop your own performance indicator systems, you develop your own benchmarks, and participate in various ranking, etc. So this is what many institutions are doing, but this is going to be much more intensive as you move ahead. So if you talk of permeability, then this is the last P which we talk of. So you have to look at a demystified higher education system, where you have to be, more data management has to be happening on your portals, which is the need of the hour and which all of you have been experiencing. So you have to be, more informative, having producing more information about the sector than before. So there's a lot of demand on, like we are going to have one data, one nation, one data, and other initiatives of the government. And when you participate, it is very much important that how do you reflect or showcase your systems through evidence. That is, data management systems becomes more important. The information produced by these various processes have to lead to be more informed decision making processes. So data should not be seen as numbers or just data to get some ranking or to be in compliance to certain requirements of the regulatory bodies, but it should be dovetailing for decision making processes. So proper data management, data understanding, and data presentation for and use for improvement processes is very, very important for the current systems, and contribute to integrate a number of activities in higher education, linking personal data, resource allocation, funding systems, etc. It's very, very essential that you link all these processes become data based, evidence based, and so that you take the right decisions and move towards excellence. So with these few words, I would say nurturing quality is not an individual's responsibility. It should be done together, not only on the portals of the institution, but you should walk beyond the institutional portals and engage the various stakeholders and the society in building the quality education systems of this country. So this one model I would like to propose is the McKinsey's 7S model, that is appropriate strategy, structure, systems, style of functioning, staff, skills, and shared values is the model of quality which is the need of the hour, which will be a partnered model, working in partnership with the gamut of stakeholders. And it's an institution community stakeholder partnered decision making process managed on the principles of participatory management, which the current tool of quality assurance should be. So with these few words, I would like to close my address. And this is one of my favorite slides, which I would like to have an end note with. So when ambition meets opportunity, anything is possible. and it is the mindset of each individual university that separates the best from the rest. So there's a lot of opportunities available in for the universities to work with. There's a lot of change management which needs if the institution has to excel. So it is the culture of quality and the type of accountability and transparency and autonomy which is present within the institution, which only makes them the best from the rest. So I wish that our universities will work towards the reform agendas, take a new approach towards the whole issues of quality management, quality assurance, quality enhancement, leading to institutional excellence through continuous improvement. Thank you so much for all of you.
Thank you, Rama ma'am. We haven't seen the time, but your speech has made us to forget the time and sit in front of the systems. So what you ended was really noteworthy of that. When ambition meets opportunity, everything is possible. Definitely, ma'am. We'll try our best to keep up what you have delivered as per the requirement of the quality, and we expect few of the questions if the participants are ready. Thank you once again, ma'am, for your valuable time and precious knowledge that you have shared to the audience. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you.
I think Dr. Rumpa Roy raised her hand.
Good morning and thank you very much, Professor Rama. It was really excellent presentation. I have one question. How can we make our graduates competitive? Competitive in the sense, I know if we know that all the universities, they are now focusing on preparing work ready graduates, more on skills and interpersonal competencies, but how to make them highly preferred by the employers, considering that there is a lot of saturation in the market.
It's if we look at you say that we don't get the right type of graduates who can be employed. There's a lot of employability provisions available, but unfortunately our curriculum is so conventional and routine and doesn't provide them with the type of skills they have to, making it not worthy for taking them on employment. So it is essential that you collaborate with industry, collaborate with society, understand the needs of the society or the requirement, and appropriately enrich your curriculum and provide the type of skills which are required for being employable. That is one thing, and everybody need not be employed, be trained for being employable, but also there are other things like entrepreneurship, self-employment, and other things which also come in terms of economic viability of the degrees which are being earned. So that is where the new NEP says they can opt for this multidisciplinary education. That is one thing. Then skills component is an essential component, immaterial of humanities or arts, humanities, or social sciences, which need to be integrated into our curriculum. So there is a lot of curriculum revision which has to happen if you have to make your students employable. This is what my opinion and my experience says.
Yes, I just want to add something. Do you think that giving professional certificate to the students will be much more appreciated by the employers? For example, if the academic program is accredited by professional bodies, say international accreditation, like for human resource management program like CIPD, and for engineering IET accreditation, I have seen lot of programs are accredited by IET, Indian programs. So like that, when the students graduate, they are considered as graduated from these programs. So definitely they will be valued more in the market.
I don't think accreditation is the most valued system, but the skills, the type of skills acquired by the students is what is tested by the, by the industry. You may have got a program which is accredited to a certain amount of standards. Those standards are not uniformly required by all employers. Okay, so it's there are other social etiquities also which are required to be more employable. So if you talk of accredited programs, they are only limited to engineering. Okay, engineering or medical, some professional subjects, but all graduates are not going through this process of engineering or type of domain requirements. So you should look it in a different way. Accreditation is one sort of assurance to a certain extent, that's all, but it is not a guaranteed. Okay, it's not a guarantee that because I have undergone an accredited program, I have the type of skills required by the industry. Okay, the accreditation happens only for a domain specific issues, but there are other issues, other social etiquities like teams, working in teams, the cultural issues, and the communication issues. So there are other issues also which are very much required if a person has to be more sought out in terms of employability.
Thank you, ma'am. You are correct.
I think Miss Bohi is raising hand.
Already.
Um, Good morning. Could I have a few minutes to give? I know there's a time shortage. Can I just raise one question?
I think
Yes.
yes.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
So I would just like to start my question with your thank you, Dr. Rama, first of all, for your knowledge. It was a great experience. This is Bohi Shahjahan. I'm a senior assistant professor in Department of Finance from AIUB, Bangladesh. I actually want to start with your last slide where you said opportunity meets ambition and anything is possible. Now, when I talk about ambition, we are also looking at the ambition of the faculty members. So I'm going to talk about a different perspective. So how can we make our faculty members ambitious? Because we are bombarded with, you did this, you need to do this and this. Okay, this is how it should be done. How can we make them ambitious to, go forward? Thank you very much.
Yeah, now you have a lot of opportunities. Earlier, all our faculty development programs, apart from the pay scales and other things, which are internationally a challenge for many of the countries, especially developing countries. But if you have to look at them, I was talking of academically, making them, motivating them in terms of academic and innovations and research, and also improving their own domain knowledge so that they are ahead of their students in certain aspects. This is very important. So how do you motivate them is, earlier, for example, in India, we all used to push our teachers to undergo a face-to-face faculty development programs. Now the opportunity is not that, it's not possible that we send everybody for a face-to-face academic development program or a professional development program. So we now it is essential that there are a lot of online programs, domain specific programs, and programs of their own interest. A teacher may also undergo some programs which are beyond their own domain specialization or their qualification requirement. And now our teachers, you should be encouraged to have specialization of their interest plus a domain specialization, and they should be encouraged to teach beyond their domain specialization. These are some of the initiatives, which you have to think of. There are new ways of encouraging teachers. So with this type of technology innovations, online provisions coming on board, I think there's a lot of opportunity for teachers to remain motivated. And unless you have a passion for teaching, I don't think, you can keep them motivated by giving them a big pay package, or putting them to sort of big comfort zones, giving them large spaces, etc. The motivation should be in terms of encouraging them for research, encouraging them to pursue their careers in terms of not only on their domain specializations, but also on other subject interests the teachers have. So now the teachers also should be a lifelong learner. Then only that motivation remains, and there should be a passion for teaching. That is what my experience says.
Thank you, madam. We have lot of people with questions, but we know you are running out of time. Thank you for your time. Uh, Over to Lata, madam.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much for your valuable time. As our session one has been done with an excellent presentation or inputs given by Dr. Rama, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Go ahead, Lata, madam.
Yeah. We are happy to have Mr. Ullas Ponnadi for the session as a keynote address. And it's my privilege to introduce Ullas Ponnadi for today's keynote address. Good morning, sir. I'm happy to have an introduction to the audience over the participants here. Dr. Ullas Ponnadi is an entrepreneur and consultant in the learning spaces with demonstrate history of working in multiple product and IT services companies in the information technology space. Skilled in IT strategy, pre-scale sales, customer advocacy, startups, leadership, and embedded and Unix related areas. Mentoring as a passion, he holds a bachelor's degree in electronics and communication from NIT Warangal and a certification from UC Berkeley Extension. Sir, good afternoon and happy to welcome you for today's gathering. Hope you also have many inputs to the audience who are present here. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Lata, and I hope you all can hear me.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, just picking up from what the previous session content, what Dr. Rama said, and some of the context I have from the brochures I've received from you, the work I've done in this space related to education, and some of the trends that I constantly monitor. I will open up my mind for the next about 30-35 minutes. Now, what I'm going to be speaking about will have a mixture of what I see as trends in the industry, what I see as patterns from the entrepreneurship roles that I've done, and then some of the forecasts from places like World Economic Forum and the education bodies, etc. Now, truly, I do not like a monologue format, but I guess the constraint of this conference and the fact that we are still mostly virtual allows us very little time to personally interact. So bear with that, please. But then you're free to interrupt me as I speak. Absolutely no issues. Or if you prefer to, I'll try to wrap up by about 11:35, 40, and then you can ask me a few questions. Is that fair for all of you? Hello?
Sir.
You can hear me all right?
Yes, a bit louder, sir. Can a bit louder, please.
Better now?
Yeah, sir.
Hold on a second. Okay, so is that okay now?
Yeah, it's
Yes,
better now.
yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. So, I do not have a PPT. I did not make a PPT. What I have is a set of questions that I have written down so that I can cover in some order. But again, as I said, please free to interrupt me and you can ask any question that you have in your mind. Let me begin with, in some sense, what Dr. Rama said and what I heard as part of the Q&A session of the concluding part of that session. I heard a lot of things around quality, assessments, entrepreneurship, motivation and innovation with respect to the students. Data, we have so much of data today. How do we make sense of the data? I also heard about the last question, and I think the question before the last question about how do we create competent engineers and how do we ensure that the faculty also continuously learn. So I'll definitely touch upon all of those aspects. Before I start, let me also thank Dr. Narasimha, Dr. Radhakrishnan, Dr. Venugopal Rao for giving me the opportunity to speak today. Dr. Narasimha is my classmate, batchmate from NIT Warangal, and he is the one who requested in our group, and then I volunteered. Just to give you a little bit of 1 minute brief on me, I did my engineering from NIT Warangal. Most of my work has been around embedded systems, firmware development, operating systems, which I did for about, I would say, 30 years of my career. The last part of my career as my corporate job was at Wipro Technologies, where I was taking care of a lot of the learning initiatives related to Wipro, including setting up internal competency framework, part of Mission 10X program to improve the faculty teaching methods and methodologies, and visiting a lot of colleges, a lot of schools, in some sense, talking about how do you connect the requirements of corporates, requirements of the industry to what is there in the academia, and also at the school level, what is it that can be done so that we create a lot more thinkers. Fortunately, this happened, I left Wipro in 2013, and since then I've been on my own. We did, along with a set of good partners and team members, we actually built an active learning product for school children. It's called Science App, and that was taken over by a Hyderabad-based company about 1.5 years back. So I exited that journey, but that part of my experimentation, on the ground testing of what I'm creating with the school children, taking it to various education bodies, taking it to colleges in terms of validating it with, is this going to be what is required when skills change, when learning itself changes? That is the experience that I would, in some sense, share with you. Now, today, after I exited that journey of the school product, I and a colleague of mine, we have a limited liability partnership called UB Ventura. We work with good corporate clients. These are companies with about 1,000 or less employees, typically that have been in existence for the last 10 to 15 years. And we do the entire learning design for them, including strategy, learning architecture. We deliver programs in business communication and leadership programs. We curate courses for them, including what I heard from Dr. Rama, like we curate courses from all of the MOOC programs, which are relevant for these engineers and other people in that organization to learn and continuously upskill themselves. We also derive a lot of data from that, connect it to the appraisal systems, and then allow the company and the employees for good career pathing. Because today, even all of you who are in the academia, you also know that things are changing so fast, technology is changing so fast that unless you continuously upgrade your skills, especially when you are in the job market, there is really no difference between a 10-year-old engineer and a fresher. It is coming to that. Now, if it is coming to that, how do I make sure that I am relevant in the industry and what is it that I need to do? And those are some of the programs we help these organizations with. Any questions on this so far?
No, sir. Please carry on, sir.
Is this okay, the format, what I'm talking about?
Sir?
The
Sir?
format and the flow that I just set up, does it match
Sir,
your expectation?
your voice is a bit low, sir. Please, I think because of that mic you're holding might be a problem over there.
Hold on, hold on. Just give me 1 second. I think what I'll do is, is the audio better now?
Yes, sir. It's now better. Very much clear,
Okay,
sir.
okay.
Thank you
So
so
the
much for that.
problem is I had a webcam,
Okay.
and that's the reason. The webcam mic was picking up this, okay?
Okay, sir.
So
Right, sir.
let me use my computer mic.
Sure, sir.
You can see me, right?
Yes, sir. We can see
Okay.
you and hear you clearly. Thank you so
Okay,
much.
great, great,
Thank
great.
you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you
Thank
for
you.
that feedback. Okay.
Yeah.
So now I will go. I have a set of questions that are written down. I will go through them in some order, and then we will see how to open up for question and answer sessions. So one of the contexts and the topic here is what exactly is Industry 5.0? What is Education 5.0? Given that very recently we were talking about Education 4.0 and Industry 4.0. And to be very honest and very upfront with you, this is a term that I also heard recently. I was very much aware of 4.0 education and 4.0 industry, but looks like we have gone beyond that. Then I did some reading and research, the standard Google research, and spoke to a couple of people. And from what I understand, and you can please correct me if I'm wrong, what I understood as a derivative 5.0 in education and industry is that Industry 4.0 and Education 4.0 brings in a lot more democratization, lot more automation, lot more artificial intelligence, so that education can happen at a much more mass level and in a far more cost-effective manner. And we saw a glimpse of that during COVID when all kind of institutions, schools, colleges were forced to switch from physical teaching method to virtual mode. They were struggling. We were working with a few schools and we could see the pain points there. And some succeeded, some did not. Some schools actually did not even go virtual. But fortunately, after COVID, they have revived and most of them have gone back to, at least the school part of it has gone back to physical teaching method. But the good part is that people were forced to change. When you're forced to change, you will think of a lot of good innovative ways to do what you were previously doing. And that has happened in many of these segments, including universities, colleges, and schools. And today, a lot of them actually are going in the blended learning model. So there is a power of technology in terms of democratizing education, in terms of taking quality content to many more students, in terms of faculties like you going beyond your university and trying to teach other students, sharing of information across universities. Those are all the power of it. But then if you don't do it properly, then it is just another tool. What you get in Google or what you can search, and today you have even more powerful tools like Chat GPT. If you take that data and if that is all what you're going to impart to the student, then I would say that today the faculty has no role, because information today does not add value to teaching. In fact, I would, in none of my sessions, none of our session, we use the word teaching, because I believe that the word teaching itself is going to die. It has to be learning. It has to be collective learning. I think Dr. Rama hinted that very correctly, answering a question. We have to collaborate. We have to appreciate what the student wants. We have to personalize what we are going to deliver. And then we have to also accept that in many cases, the students would actually know far more than us, because they are current, they are in touch with devices, they go and search, they discuss among themselves. The peer network is a strong influencer. Our knowledge, sometimes we cannot catch up with that. So if we can accept that change, if we can accept that information alone is not going to make a difference, a big difference, it is how you bring that information together, how you bring various subjects together various streams together and then do a collaborative learning process along with the students and along with the other faculty members, then we can get the purpose of learning far, far richer. And when that happens, we can also personalize education. What I mean by personalization here is when you have a class of say 60 students, it's very likely that half of them don't even want to sit in this particular class because the curriculum that we have today is fairly rigid. The curriculum has to change. But then can we change it today instantly? It's not possible, right? So we have to understand that, and we have to understand that and find a way to inspire and motivate the students who still are going to be in your class. Because otherwise, you probably would have seen this, and I have seen this many times. Most of the time, all that the student would do is stare out of the window or figure out when is this period going to end. There is no learning happening. Right? So when that happens, then the purpose of imparting education itself takes a backseat. That's a big change and shift that we have to do. I'm sure a lot of you who have gone through the faculty improvement programs, etc., are attempting to do that, creating a structured lesson plans and session plans, and then participatory learning, bringing students into your learning process. And if you can tie all that into personalization of a student's learning, then it becomes a far richer process of learning where we can aspire to get to education 5.0. The education 5.0 then has to go far beyond conventional knowledge. It has to go into understanding the learner behavior. It has to transcend science. It has to get into arts. It has to get into behavior science. It has to get into psychology. And then when you combine all of that, you become a great facilitator of learning, not a teacher. Right? And that is a strong purpose from what I have read and understood about education 5.0 at all levels, right? From corporate level learning that happens to undergrad and PG level programs that happen in universities like yours to schools. Is it so easy to do it? Are there schools in India that are doing today? Are there colleges in India that are doing today? There are some, okay. But can it be made better? Definitely it can be made a lot better. And I'm sure conferences like these where we speak our mind, where we bring in collective knowledge of people like me who are in the industry and people like you who have been teaching for a very, very long time and going through formal learning on how to teach better, we can collectively create that framework. Why is this needed? And that is where it gets connected to Industry 5.0. Now, as you all would have heard these terms, Industry 4.0 and Industry 5.0. 4.0 brings in a lot of automation. The forecast that I have read from World Economic Forum, this was about a year plus back, is that almost 50 to 60% of the jobs that exist today is not going to be there in year 2030. Correct? So today, if you have school-going children, that is the time when they're going to graduate. And if that is the time they're going to graduate, and if the school is still teaching those old, ancient, antiquated methods and subjects, and then if the colleges and the universities are not able to change and adapt to what is being forecast by World Economic Forum and the industry in general, then it becomes a very big problem for employability. I know there's a question on employability, certifications, accreditations, skilling, and all of those are extremely important because, first of all, today, the extent of money that corporates are spending for training a fresh engineer is enormous. The organization that we are working with, and when I was part of Wipro, building up the competency framework, depending upon the business division, we would spend anywhere between 3 months to 12 months training a fairly good engineer from a good college to make them employable, where a client believes that this person can actually contribute into my business. And today, clients are very, very strict. Unlike before, they interview each and every candidate, including the junior most person. And only if they are satisfied, they put them into projects. So companies have to continuously skill them to make them industry relevant. And it is not a one-time effort because things keep changing every 3 months, every 6 months. So continuous skilling is required. At least in the corporate space, I see that because business demands it, there is no choice. Since there is no choice, They put in strong programs whereby continuous skilling happens. They tie it to measurements and metrics. They tie it to roles in the organization, and of course, deployment in projects. And that way, whoever is getting into the system automatically has to adapt to it. If you don't adapt to it, then you soon become obsolete. Is it happening at the university level? Is it happening at the school level? At the school level, it is extremely minimal. Because today, the evaluation system at the school level is still A+ grades, marks, and getting into professional stream by cracking the entrance coaching exams. None of that requires any creativity. Because it doesn't require any creativity, people have invented shortcuts. Millions of students go into these preparatory centers. They somehow get into these colleges, and then you bear the problem. You try to inspire them. You realize that they have never thought like that. Correct? So at the school level, definitely a change has to happen. And fortunately, there are schools today, I visited many of them, where such changes are happening, where internships are starting in grade 8, where they're trying to create school level entrepreneurships by working with the local IT companies. And also changing the evaluation system, not the Indian board, because that is still fairly rigid, but at least if you have international accreditations, IB certifications, then there is a good chance that you can create more and more creative projects, collaborative projects, where these students can then become, I would say, employable right after grade 12. There is no need for them to wait and finish a professional course if they are focused on a particular stream and if that stream's knowledge and capability can be acquired at school itself. I'm not saying universities and colleges like yours are irrelevant. All I'm saying is that it's possible. There are schools today attempting to do that. So that is one change that I'm seeing, small, but there is a definite change. What I have seen at universities like yours, and I'm sure you would be implementing a lot of them too. And if you have gone through the national education policy and all the good things it talks about, few have come in or it is coming in. A few are still pending because the governing bodies and the structure has to change. The ones I really like is where you can join a college, drop off after 1 year, drop off after 2 years, drop off after 3 years, do some work in between, get some experience, get back without losing your past education credential, and then complete your program. This is not new. This exists in the Western countries, in the US for a long time. It allows flexibility in terms of students paying for their education. It allows students to gain quality experience before they come and do some or learn something further. And it also enriches the university because now we are going to get people who actually have hands-on experience who would come into your university and enrich the whole learning process itself. Right? This part, I do not think it has been implemented, but I would love to see it. What I have seen getting implemented or in discussions, and I'm sure you will know this far better than me, university administrators and teachers, is blending what you are going to be teaching and picking up some good relevant courses from MOOCs, Udemy or edX or Coursera, lots of them. There are lots of Indian versions too. Many of them are more industry relevant today than what is traditionally taught in colleges. So if you can blend that and say that out of 50 credits that an engineering grad needs, 10 credit can be taken from these MOOC programs. The rest of it, we will do a mixture of maybe theory and some hands-on practical projects, collaboration with the industry. Then a lot of what was asked in the previous session about making these students employment ready can happen right after college. I do not see why it cannot happen. I worked with many students. I have hired many in our startup, and I know that within the next 2-3, and I haven't given them any formal training because I just could not afford to spend that kind of money since I had a startup. But given some guidance, given some hints and indications, and given really challenging problem statements, and giving them the freedom to do what they want to do. So you just stay as a facilitator or a mentor, they are able to achieve wonders. So that aspect of my experience, what I have observed, what I've learned, I know that some of it is already happening in universities. Can it happen more? I think it can happen a lot more. I was just speaking to her daughter. She has got a master's in clinical psychology. Just before the session, I asked her, what should I speak? And she said that these are the things which you should be talking about. Reduce theory. Bring in a lot of hands-on experience. Make sure that people are engaged in projects, in actual implementation projects, right? Change the assessment system where mugging is the word she used. No? Mugging is not a good word. Mugging is not the one that is rewarded. Creativity, collaboration, experimentation, these are the things that has to be rewarded. And change also, this was an interesting point she brought about. She said change the measurement where you reward a candidate or a student based on how much improvement they have gone through, rather than saying this candidate has got 9.5 out of 10. Right? So if you have taken somebody from 3 out of 10 to 7 out of 10, that's a massive improvement in terms of the students' learning potential and in terms of the faculty's effort in helping that student traverse those levels. Right? So that these are the kind of changes which I'm sure you're thinking about it in your assessment system. But if you're able to bring that in a more structured manner, in a more, I would say, democratic manner, then the industry readiness part of a candidate will become a lot better, for sure. In the journey that I have gone through, this is my 9th year in entrepreneurship. About 35 people have gone through this journey. I've hired as part of different startups. I have hired many students who have got back papers. I have hired many students who just managed to pass their exam. Because when I speak with them, I sense some deep passion in them. I sense their willingness to change something. And that is the quality I was looking for. I was never looking at academic credentials. Right? So this, more and more companies will use this as a method to recruit. How can colleges help? If data is everything. Right? You have data on all of your students. You have data on all of your students' learning outcomes. And that learning outcome data, if you can associate it with some of what I just spoke about, beyond the grades, then the subject grades, then that data becomes so powerful that companies can come into your campuses and hire without even doing any tests and interviews. That's also possible. So that is something which you should think about. Is it possible? Can we create a framework in the university? Not today, not maybe this year, but over the next 2 years, next 3 years, where I can create a system like this from the university, where a company will come in and just say, look at my data and say, okay, this is the person I want to hire. It's possible. Right? So any questions on so far on this? I've been talking and I don't know how many of you are able to relate to what I'm saying. Any questions? Okay, then let me move on and I'll leave the last 10 minutes for questions. Okay. Is that okay, Dr. Lata?
Yes, sir. Sure, sir. Sure.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay. All right. So now let's see, I covered Industry 5.0, Education 4.0, 5.0, to some extent, National Education Policy, to some extent, what is World Economic Forum predicting as skills for the future. And do not get scared when I say this. We today already see that with things like ChatGPT, this term singularity, artificial intelligence, most likely by 2030, the job of an ordinary doctor, a chartered accountant, a lawyer, a teacher to a large extent will not exist. We have to accept that. Because just this, if I go to a chartered accountant, and I have a chartered accountant who does our audit and tax filing, etc. Many of those people do not even know as much as me, because these are fresh trainees whom the chartered accountant has recruited for doing basic processing, maybe BCom students. Because I am so keen on understanding the laws and rules, I go and do research, I go and Google, and then I have to tell them, maybe this is the way you should do it. Right? If this is the reality, and if this is the reality, then those jobs are not required, not relevant. I'm not saying the whole industry is going to change, but those kind of basic level jobs will not be required anymore. And that is where, as faculty members, you also have to realize that this change is not too far. It is going to happen very soon. If it is going to happen very soon, what is my relevance? What is my career path? How do I still be valuable as a facilitator of learning to the university and to the students, right? So that is where all these chat GPT, singularity, robotics, AI, everything comes in, and the human relationship and the traits that you have will come in. So broadly, does this mean that humans will not have any jobs? If machines are going to take over and take 50-60% of our jobs, and most of the factory automation, etc., are going to be done by robots, even stock trading is going to be done by bots. If teaching to a large extent is being done by bots, then what is the relevance of a human being? Right? There's a big debate going on now. A lot of countries are thinking about what is the right thing. They're talking about minimum guaranteed income. I don't think that is a solution, but it will happen. It will happen not in the too distant future that humans' potential will be on far more at a higher level which machines cannot do. So we have to start thinking about what are those roles, jobs, opportunities, career paths where I am still relevant as a human being. My job will not be taken over by a machine. Today, you know that Chat GPT can code excellently. I have tried to write some code. I have forgotten to write basic code these days. It's been too long. So I just was interested. I went to Chat GPT and said, give me a code to get the characters from serial port. Write a simple game using Unity 3D. All of it Chat GPT is able to do. So that's the extent by which AI is evolving. And that's where we have to realize, how do we move up a level? How do we bring in the other aspects of human intelligence, especially creativity, collaboration, thinking beyond a machine, intuition, all of this to still keep ourselves relevant, right? And that then leads me to, because I have done a fair amount of reading on this topic, what are the skills that are truly needed for the future world, and where does human being fit in, and what are the human skills? Now, this is not like a humor or a joke, but today people in a lot of European countries are being paid to hug other people. People in there is a country, I forget the name of the country, where you have human libraries. You just go to the library and borrow a human being for half an hour. Now, that borrowing is not a book; it is a whole lifetime of experience. So you're conversing with a human being, trying to get all of that they have learned over the last maybe 50, 60 years, which you cannot get from a book. Those are the kind of roles and jobs that are going to become more and more relevant in the future. Anything that is repetitive, anything that can be done by a machine, a human being does not have a space. But there is a lot that machine cannot do. Empathy, for example, you don't want to talk to a robot, right? You don't want to get that life experience from a robot. You want a human being to talk to. Elderly people today, most of the countries, India is very fortunate. But if you look at Europe, if you look at Japan, if you look at Korea, the number of aging population is more than 50%. They have no one to talk to. Simple conversation, they don't have anybody. Robots really cannot do that. And that's going to be a huge opportunity where these sort of skills are going to become more and more relevant. In addition to that, the field of arts itself, now today, arts has relevance, art has a place, but we all know that art is extremely difficult to create a living. Now, I am an amateur artist. I play a few musical instruments. I go into some local performances, and I have seen struggling musicians, struggling artists who just cannot make a living purely by arts. Right? Now, why is it so? Because the whole system of arts has evolved like that. Only a few select ones can reach the top, the rest of them cannot. Fortunately, that is also changing. Fortunately, technology is helping a lot of unknown artists from across the world to post their work on public media and in a broad sense, create commerce out of it. May not be as big as those big branded singers that we all hear about, but definitely there is a way for these artists to share, collaborate, share their knowledge, monetize it to some extent, and use this medium to also, in some sense, teach and help other students learn. So that's a prospect. That's certainly an area where today today. Okay, will it change in the near next 30, 40 years? We don't know. It's possible. But today, no robot, no AI, nobody can create even a simple piece of music. Nobody can even create a simple poem, a good poem that touches your heart. That has to come from a human being. Nobody, a bot, for example, today, or a chat bot, or any of those AI logics today cannot create a good short film. Because a short film is not just a story. There is a huge amount of emotion that and experience drawn by experience that comes from a human being, and that translates into something creative. Where tools are used, technologies are used, cameras are used, editing tools are used, audio editing tools are used to make it better and perfect. But the essence of it, the emotion of it, still has to come from a human being. So that is another area certainly where you have creative skills, where these sort of opportunities will come in. And as that happens, the definition of leadership is also going to change. If you have been following what is happening in the US of late, about 200,000 layoffs. And one of the trend that which is different from the past layoffs is that a lot of middle managers are being laid off. And I think yesterday or day before yesterday, I read a statement saying that middle managers should be prepared to code. Just managing people is not sufficient. Right? So, which tells me that a certain level of managerial hierarchy will also go off, which means that now you not only have to lead people, but you also have to be hands-on, which means the skilling is not just in one plane. It has to be in multiple dimensions. That's also coming in. So now, drawing on that, soft skills. This is a program that we do, me and my friend, for corporates that you're working with. And it's very interesting that I'll share this data with you. Over the last 3 years, we have covered about 700 employees across 8 organizations. 700 employees across 8 organizations. 500 of them have come into our business communication program. What do we teach in, or what do we help them learn in business communication? Simple methods of how to communicate verbally and through written media. How to improve their English. It's a big surprise to me that having gone through 12 years of schooling, maybe 4 years plus another 2 years of graduate and undergraduate program, they still had to sit in a class like ours to understand what is basic communication. That can be easily changed. There are universities today that have programs, but I do not know why we still have this challenge. Maybe the program needs to be redefined. Maybe you have to collaborate with this industry and bring a lot of that into your curriculum so that it will hurt me because I will stop getting these programs. But I'll be very happy if that happens. Because that is what is required to get a student readily employable and easily deployable on a business project as they get out of college. So just last 2 points that I have. How can a college institution adapt to these changes? I think I covered that as I spoke about it. Colleges and institutions. And again, now this is a little controversial thing that I'm going to be talking about here. I was in a conference about 5 years back, one of the local universities. It was a panel discussion, and they asked me this question. And then I said that maybe in 10 or 12 years from today, this space itself may not exist. So the moderator was really shocked, surprised, and said, "What do you mean?" So I said, don't worry. It's not that your teaching job will go away. It is not that the universities are going to be irrelevant. It is just that the way you impart knowledge, the way you allow students to come into the university and learn will have to change. You have to become more about presentation of knowledge than spreading of information. Right? If that happens, then universities still have relevance. Not only that, today, most of you, if you're working with foreign universities, you know that it is possible for me to enroll in one university, take courses from many other places, combine that together, and I can get a degree, undergraduate or postgraduate, right? And I can even borrow it from the online programs. So those kind of changes will have to come into the colleges and institutions. You have to go way beyond your confined departments and structures, and then bring in all of these other softer skill aspects, collaborative aspects, tying up with the industry. Then the whole university's relevance in the field of employability becomes far more richer. Again, universities are not just for employability. I think Dr. Rama beautifully stated that universities have purpose beyond employability. So it's very likely that out of 90 students who are in your class, 15 of them want to be researchers. They want to go and do a PhD or postdoc. Perfectly fine. That has to have a separate, I think that part of it is today fairly mature. And now I wouldn't say that it is as good as what is there in, say, the US or the European or maybe Australian education system, but it is fairly decent in India. But it can be made a lot better because those are the people who eventually end up creating things for us to work on. And that, if you look at India as a country, that is not really happening. We are still working for companies that are outside of India. We are still a major back-end office of the US, European, Japanese, Australian markets, but nothing prevents us from creating things ourselves here. And the root of that has to come from our schools and colleges. Once that happens, you tie that to the entrepreneurship programs, various startup missions. I'm sure industry will be very happy to come and collaborate and kind of mentor and handhold and guide them so that we can create a lot of original work products from this country. And I have no doubt that it is going to happen. The question is, when is it going to happen? Because statistically, 65% of our population are young people, people below the age of 30. They have no fear. Unlike me, I had to wait till I became 50 to become an entrepreneur. They can do it right out of college. They even do it in school these days. So that fear is not there. And they're fortunate. They're fortunate that they have that flexibility to follow such a path. So that was the last point that I had to wanted to cover. Will schools, colleges exist at all? What is the relevance when knowledge and information is available everywhere at your fingertips? And how can a college institution adapt to these changes? Okay, I will stop there. I think my 40 minutes are pretty much over. I hope I was not too harsh. Okay. I like to speak my mind, and that is what I told Dr. Narasimha, that if you are going to give me a slot, I am going to speak my mind. Okay. He said, fine, go ahead. No issues there. Okay. Yeah.
Thank you so much, sir. It's not speaking from mind, sir. It's actually speaking from heart that we can find it from your speech. It's an excellent one. I think I was engrossed most of our participants also. The way you have explained about Education 5.0, about national education policy, and throwing light on human library. It's really a good term that most of them might have heard, but you have thrown light on it, sir. Thank you so much. There are many questions that I have pipelined, but because due to the shortage of time, I think we'll just pass the questions to you, sir. And once again, thank you so much for being a part of our conference. You'll be remembered and honored by our IQAC and the Academic Staff College for joining us. Thank you so much, sir.
Thanks a lot. Thank you, Dr. Lata, and thank you all of you who listened to it and asked questions. I'll ensure that all of your questions are answered. Please email it to me.
Yeah. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Name the authors, and Bohi Shaja will be.
Good morning once again for the participants and the delegates who are present over there. We are happy to start our paper presentation with Dr. Ankita Raj from India, Dr. Naresh Bhaskar Raj from Malaysia, and Ms. Bopi Shah Jahan from Bangladesh. Hope the paper presentation would enlighten the audience who are present over there. Thank you, sir. You can start your presentation. Over to Shahja.
Bohi, please unmute yourself.
Ms. Bohi, are you there, sir? Can you just, uh, yeah.
Yeah. Hello. Can you hear me?
Yeah, Miss Bohi Shahjahan, we can hear you.
Just. I'm not sure how to switch on my. Okay.
Yeah, please.
Yeah. All right. Good morning, everyone, and thank you, the honorable keynote speakers, who gave such an informative session, and enlightened us on many issues, and alarmed us on many issues. So today, the paper that I'm presenting is Ways to Improve Quality of Teaching and Learning in Higher Education, case study from Varanasi division. And I thank the conference organizers for organizing the IAQHEI 2023 and giving me this platform to deliver this presentation. Before I move ahead, I want to mention that the key author is Dr. Ankita Raj. Unfortunately, due to professional commitments, I am presenting the paper on her behalf. So without further ado, let me just go ahead with my presentation. Okay, so this is how I have outlined my presentation. I'm going to give a brief introduction followed by the literature review that has been used to develop the objectives and the methodology that will be utilized to gather the data and analyze the data. A brief background, I won't be highlighting much because we all are aware of the new education policy 2020, and followed by the ideas for improvement recommendations. And finally, I'll just conclude my paper presentation. Now, if I'm talking about the introduction, we have known why education is important. Education, it's really a survival technique right now. So if we are not investing or, highlighting the education sector or improving the education sector, the country, survival of the country, the people in the country, it becomes very challenging. So we look over here about UNESCO mentioning that quality education emphasizes developing skill, gender parity, inclusivity, faculty education, material, and infrastructure. And we have also known that improving the literacy rate and improving is supported by government policies is something that is really appreciated and acts as a growth inducing factor. If I look about the statistics of India in general, then we can see how actually the speaker before me has highlighted on the statistics about the Indian population, and we see a lot of young people right now being involved. Right, we have around 60% population of in India is young people. And my focus, or this paper's focus, is actually one particular division of Uttar Pradesh. Now, if I look into the statistics of Uttar Pradesh alone contributes to 16% of India's population. However, the gross enrollment rate is only 46%. So this is something that's quite alarming given Uttar Pradesh being a very big state of India, right? So that's what has motivated for us to write this paper. Now, if you look into the literature, I've just summed up some points from the literature. There's according to Sheikh in 2007, the most highly cited paper on higher education, there is a need for increased accountability and openness as the importance of new scientific studies on how individuals learn, as well as the role of colleges and universities. So he has highlighted that we need to learn and, of course, focus on how colleges and universities can contribute in this overall learning experience. Then another literature has said how education actually has a positive correlation with the GDP. And another, in the year 2021, Kumar writes, employers have shifted their focus from educational skill to digital skills. So skills are no longer the bookish skills. Skills are more how we can, adjust to this new digital revolution that's happening around us. And the different reports in about Uttar Pradesh and about from OECD, we get to know that investment in basic education is not enough. Although Uttar Pradesh is just still the main investment is in basic education, but if we compare Uttar Pradesh with other states like Delhi or Kerala, then over there more investment is done on higher education. And if you look into other developed nations, their investment has a high correlation with the GDP performance. So higher the investment in higher education, higher is the productivity of that particular nation. So if we want to become a developed nation from the current state, of course, then we have to really put in effort and put in investment for higher education. Now, the literature shows there's a significant amount of gap that needs to be addressed. The gap needs to be addressed on the roles of colleges. The gaps needs to be addressed on micromanagement, because just like each individual is different, each country is different, each division, each district is different. So we need to do this micromanagement and understand the needs of that particular district or division so that we can implement a better policy that suits that particular district and division. So now I go to my next slide, which talks about the objectives. So the objective is to study the link between higher education and the current society, and also provide inputs and how we can improve quality teaching and learning. Now, what is the methodology that we have implemented to collect the data and for analysis? As we know that there's qualitative and quantitative study, but if I look into the qualitative study, this one is giving us more in-depth knowledge. So we get to identify things that we did not identify. So quantitative will be very structured. However, when we are talking about qualitative, it's more semi-structured. So what we have done is we have done a semi-structured interview with around 3,000 respondents. And these respondents were not just from one sector. These respondents were students. These respondents were research scholars. These respondents were teams that were involved in higher education. These respondents were also faculty members of these colleges. So we got in a multi-diverse perspective on different aspects, and we were able to identify or get to know things that are not very that were not very clear to us before. Okay, so now let's move on to the background of the education policy. I'm not going to highlight much. I've just summed up some, but we cannot definitely sum up all the elements of the education policy. It, of course, talks about skill development. Skill development is, of course, not just your basic skills or education skills. It talks about other extra skills like self-defense, health issues, medical skills. So we need to develop all these skills. And the speaker before me talked a lot about this industry academia linkage. And definitely we cannot become outdated, because we need to constantly evolve according to how our industry needs to be evolved. Though we may have only 50-60% students who are going into the industry, there will be others maybe going into research, or some may start their own business or whatever, but there is a large portion of our students who are going to in the industry. And if we do not understand what the industry needs, what skills they need, what knowledge they require us to have, we cannot definitely have this kind of improvement possible. Now, if I look at the current platform, we could have not thought about this platform before 2 or 3 years, right? Actually, COVID hit us. It gives us a lot of challenges, but it gave us a lot of lessons. So this online platform, this was possible only because, not only because, as of course there was other reasons, but many things had to go online because of the COVID, and many skills had to be developed. So online skill development needs to be developed. We need to invest on this digital technology. We need to create a learning environment which is optimal, which suits the best. We need to empower our faculty members. We need to design governance programs, leadership programs, and many other things. And that has been the background of the new education policy 2020 of India. Now, looking at the data that is looking into the data that is available Yeah, so this. Okay, now I'm providing recommendations in different stages. First, the recommendations on what is already kind of existing. So here I'm agreeing with other, findings. First, about the course electives or for students. So for student improvement, we can think of skill management provision. So here they can be given courses which talk about how to manage their basic money matters. They can be talked about how to manage their basic health issues, psychological issues. Then they can be even talked about, in beginning, like when we were kids, we didn't know much about, okay, we need to be at peace, we need to create a balance in life, we need to treat this person this way and all these. So these kind of now if we see a lot of suicide rates happening in the the students, they have a lot of pressure. So how can they deal with these kind of pressures, and how can they control their psychological what ups and downs that's going? So we need, as university or colleges, we need to provide them or guide them through this psychological improvement. And also for the students, they need to be aware of the government schemes. There are many government schemes that is existing to support, education, improving the education system. So if we do not create awareness, so what happens is many people who should have benefited may not be benefiting from those government schemes. So this is for the students. Now, another recommendation that's already existing. These are actually recommendations that has already been implemented or already been mentioned, and I am agreeing to this. So another recommendation group is formation of clubs. So here the author has talked about two main clubs. It's not limited, but these are the ones existing. One is the Happiness Club. Happiness Club is basically, for sorry, organize activities where students can write how they are happy, how they are grateful for different activities, and do some discussions. And then Climate Club. This is basically to help the students address about the overall environment. Okay, this is another one. The last recommendation is for the teachers, the faculty members. Okay, so the faculty members, they also.
Ma'am, your PPT isn't it visible, ma'am? Something is gone.
Yes, something is wrong. Are you audio wrong?
Miss Bohi, are you there?
I think, ma'am, she is not there.
I think there was Teja said,
technical.
I think it's a technical problem, ma'am. It might be having a technical problem.
Yes,
We'll
yes,
just wait for a few minutes.
yes.
I'm sorry, I think the screen just.
Yeah, ma'am. Bohi, ma'am. Hope. Miss Bohi?
Yes, yes, yes.
Yeah.
Can you see the screen?
Yeah, now we can
Yes,
see and
yes.
hear you, ma'am. See the screen and hear you.
Yes. So, okay. Now, the next group of recommendation is where I talk about specifically about the Varanasi division and district. So here, the first thing that we need to know is one district, one policy corner must be there. So of course, we are going to incorporate things that is, taught by other districts, but there should be some micro level of some micro level of inputs where issues of the district are taken into consideration. In addition, we can have some wall of achievement. So every district has, every college has their, some of the students achieving something. So this can act as a motivation of the students. Okay, this person. So when we hear about, an Indian person in Google as the Google CEO, or, in NASA or something, it gives us great pride. So similarly, when the students of our college or university will get to know that a person from this college, this university has gone into that particular level of height, it motivates them to reach that particular height, isn't it? So we can have a wall of achievement that talks about our history, that talks about our achievements. In addition, we can encourage some field visits where students visit, the industries, or the students, they visit, some villages, or, they need to be acquainted with the real world. Um, uh, in Bangladesh, we use a term. I don't know if it's applicable here. We say, some students, we say that they are farm chickens, because they're in such a protected environment that once they step into the corporate sector, they kind of get flustered. So they're not used to that. So we need to make our students. So right now, our students, they have, yes.
You can conclude. No?
Okay, all right. Okay, then I'll just go into, these are the 7 criterias, and the 7 criterias where we can focus on the curricular aspects. We need to improve our curricular aspects. The teaching environment, we need to have more innovative research, collaboration. We need to have more collaboration with academia. We need to have even student exchange, not just with the industry, with different colleges or with different universities where students are exchanged. That means one student can go to another college and get some degree, and vice versa. Faculty exchange, one faculty can go to another university, give impart knowledge, and vice versa. This helps in knowledge development. And these are the main criteria for improvement. And concluding by this slide, that where I say that action research is required, where you want your university or college to be from this basic level to the other level, which is highly accredited or branded. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, madam. I think any questions from the judges? Sir.
Hello, this is IAQHEI'2023. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, I can hear you.
Yeah. In your course of the delivery of your presentation, you made a mention that education has a positive correlation with the GDP, right?
Yes.
But in terms of the thought on a commercial side, there's more of an investment required in education than the amount of returns that we get. So what is actually this positive correlation that you're talking about, maybe with reference to the state of Madhya Pradesh?
Well, I apologize that I can't focus on the Madhya Pradesh or other states of India. But according to what it was found, that when you invest in education, of course, you might require more investment in education, then you might get an immediate effect on the GDP. And the GDP effect may not be, education is like in stages, right? You start from stage 1, let's say, basic stage, and then there's higher education, and then there's post graduation and all that. So maybe the immediate effect cannot be reflected in the GDP, but definitely there is a reflection. And this has been proved when we see the statistics of little bit developed divisions, or those developed nations like France, USA, and all, where the education, imparting education, investment in education is high, extremely high. And because of that GDP is, of course, I cannot say education is the only reason, but it is one of the reasons. I hope I have
This is generally the global scenario wherever you go to any part of the world. This is the scenario you find because there's much of an investment in the field of education, and of course it's because of the commercial value. So I don't think there's much of a change in the GDP as such. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you very much.
That's the question.
Thank you.
Okay, any question from audience?
Thank you, Ravi sir, for the question. We are waiting for a few more questions to be posed to Ms. Bohi, ma'am.
Okay, continue, madam.
Thank you so much, Ms. Bohi, ma'am, for your wonderful presentation. Let's wait for the judges to come to a conclusion. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Yeah, dear participants, we'll be having the paper presentations in the parallel sessions that would be going on from now, and we'll be breaking out for lunch as of now. But the parallel sessions for the paper presentations will be taking place in the other link that has been provided for the presenters. Thank you, and we'll be joining in the same link at 1 o'clock. Hope all the dignitaries and the participants would be joining us by 1 o'clock. Thank you so much.
Lata madam, feedback session 3. Lata madam,
Teja sir.
and please, what you
Teja sir.
audience are requested to give that feedback for the session 3, which is there in the website. Right, feedback. In the session.
Yeah, sure.
And
Sure,
please,
sir.
send the feedback.
Yeah. Dear participants, you are requested to fill the feedback, which is available on the top right hand side. We expect the participants kindly give your feedback, which is available on the top right hand side.
So another thing is going academics. One day I missed to catch. So I'm very extent.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to the afternoon session. This session is based on the theme Opportunities and Challenges to Match Higher Education Quality with IR 5.0. Now I request Dr. K.V. Narasimha Rao Garu, Associate Dean Quality, to introduce the keynote speaker.
Thank you, Dr. Pujita. I once again welcome all the participants and the immediate speaker, Dr. Reynaldo, and ladies and gentlemen, to the afternoon session on the second day. Shall we call it the first session of the Day International Conference. I'm very happy to introduce a very distinguished academician, Dr. Reynaldo Gasho Segumpan, who is a certified human resource professional, having passed the professional in human resources international examination conducted by Human Resources Certification Institutes, United States of America. He is also a fellow of the Higher Education Academy and the Institute of Science and Technology, as well as Chartered Manager and Chartered Fellow of the Chartered Management Institute, all based in the United Kingdom. He has been involved in quality assurance and quality management for over 2 decades. Dr. Segumpan edited books, book chapters, and conference papers which have been published in the United Kingdom, United States, Australia, Brunei, Darussalam, Greece, Indonesia, Malaysia, Philippines, South Korea, Thailand, and Switzerland, just to name a few. He was one of the workshop directors during the Gulf Research Meeting held in 2019 and in 2022 held at the University of Cambridge, UK, and a delegate to the 2018 Harvard Project for Asian and International Relations at Harvard University, USA. Dr. Reynaldo was an associate professor and served the Yes, is there any difficulty? Segumpan was an associate professor and served as deputy director of the Executive Development Center and MBA coordinator at Utara, Malaysia. Currently, Dr. Segumpan teaches and business courses at the University of Technology and Applied Sciences in Ibri.
I now would like to invite Mr. Akash Singh sir to felicitate our students. Somesh Jordan.
Yeah. With this, I invite Dr. Reynaldo to start his session. Welcome, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor. Am I audible and am I visible as well?
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. Yeah. A very pleasant day to all distinguished university officials and members of the organizing committee, my fellow keynote speakers, if they're around, paper presenters, friends, participants, ladies and gentlemen. Foremost, I wish to express my heartfelt thanks and appreciation to the organizing committee of this laudable endeavor for inviting me to deliver one of the keynote speeches. I also wish to commend the internal quality assurance cell and academic staff for college of Konero Lakshmaya Education Foundation, deemed to be University, Andhra Pradesh, India, for sustaining this tradition of academic and research engagements. The title of my talk, Quality Enhancement Through Manpower Development, Exploring Best Practices in Higher Education, represents an interface of some topics close to my heart, in particular, human resource management, quality management, and higher education. Our session has been structured into 4 parts. First is QA in HR rationale, where I will be highlighting the coexistence between QA and HR. Next is overview of quality, where I will highlight briefly what I navigated from the literature on the nature of quality, first in general terms, and then in higher education context. The third part of our session will highlight the so-called critical chunks of manpower development as represented in the model known as the Gumpan model. And finally, we will conclude with some reflections. All right, let's start with the rationale in putting QA within the realm of human resource management. A brief question here is, how can we fit QA into the parameters of human resource management? It is said that the traditional role of human resource management, or HRM, has changed. In their traditional role, human resource managers focus on administrative tasks such as recruiting, interviewing, and selecting job applicants, negotiating contracts with the union, or keeping attendance records, among others. So if you're also into HR, we may have realized that our role today has changed dramatically. Even though we still perform these traditional functions, our role has become more strategic. Today, human resource managers need to care about creating an organizational culture that promotes continuous improvement. Human resource professionals have some requirements to fulfill when their organizations start chasing quality. For example, they must ensure that, as indicated on the screen, and I quote, all human resource subsystems like training, communication, compensation, you name it, all are aligned with the overall quality effort. The quality function is using quality principles. In other words, HR aligns itself with the QA programs and initiatives of the organization, regardless of whether it is an academic or other types of institutions. Let's move on to the next item in the agenda, which is about a brief review of the notion of quality. It is increasingly important to incorporate a culture of quality assurance into the day-to-day operations of higher education systems, institutions, and programs, especially in the context of human resource management. We are aware of the nebular nature of quality, which means that it is defined differently depending on the lens of ontology or epistemology that one is looking at. Based on the ideas of various quality gurus, such as Duran, Crosby, and Deming, among others, we may have realized that the term has a pragmatic interpretation as the superiority or non-inferiority of something, which also refers to a product as fit for purpose, while at the same time satisfying the expectations of our customers and stakeholders, who can be our educational leaders and managers, academic staff, and students and their parents, among others, in the context of higher education. I'm not going to delve into the details of these definitions, but what I'm trying to show here is that quality is mostly subjective and a perceptual attitude. Different people may not have the same understanding of the meaning of the term. Nevertheless, let me briefly contextualize some of them in higher education. For instance, Duran's notion of quality or fitness for use or purpose may imply the ability of an academic institution to fulfill its mission or a program of study to fulfill its aims. R.J. Mortiboy's definition of quality as synonymous with customer needs and expectations may be associated with performance, grade, durability, and appearance, among others. For example, course or program offerings by a college or university may be identified as relevant or not to the academic need of students as customers. Crosby's notion of quality as conformance to requirements suggests the need to meet or conform to generally accepted standards, such as those defined by an accreditation body or quality assurance institution, the focus being on the efficiency or the processes at work in the institution or program in fulfilling the stated given objectives and mission. Well, the rest of the definition suggests the need for operationalization in the intended context or setting in order to make them meaningful. In other words, there is a need for each of our institutions to agree on and accept a model that depicts the importance of a multifaceted approach to defining quality, which requires eliciting stakeholder perspectives to develop a practical conceptualization of quality and to accurately select specific indicators to measure that conceptualization of quality in higher education. All right, let's have a look at the gist of my presentation, which is about Segumpan model. This is not a statistical model, but rather a sort of meta-synthesis of best practices of a mix of contemporary issues and competencies that may be developed, nurtured, or embraced by HR professionals in particular, or the higher community in general. The first element in the Segumpan model has to do with the Sustainable Development Goals, or SDGs. You can see on the screen 17 SDGs, which are actually part of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, formulated in 2012 at the United Nations Conference on Sustainable Development in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. Together in collaboration, several top leaders in sustainable development, including, of course, higher education policymakers, outlined a set of universal goals intended to address the urgent environmental, political, and economic challenges facing our world. Sometime in 2015, the 17 SDGs were adopted by the United Nations with the hope that by 2030, all people enjoy peace and prosperity. We're not going to dissect the SDGs here, but rather we will take a macro thinking approach where we will see SDGs as the big picture as we traverse the challenged interwoven spaces of higher education, human resource management, and quality management. One of the tough and lingering questions for us in higher education is, how can we contribute to the realization of the SDGs? Well, HEIs, or higher education institutions, are powerful engines of global, regional, national, and local innovation and socioeconomic development and well-being of people. HEIs occupy a unique position within society and act as knowledge builders in knowledge-based societies. With about 8 years maybe remaining to achieve the SDGs, there is an urgent need for educators and educational leaders to help society transform into sustainable development paths through 4 main areas shown here on the screen. Namely, learning and teaching, where we, for example, deliberately integrate SDGs in the teaching learning processes and QA initiatives. Research, where we, for example, put emphasis on SDGs in our research priority and QA agenda. Organizational governance, culture, and operations of the university, where our governance and operations are, for example, aligned with SDGs and QA policies and programs. And external leadership, where we, for example, promote cross-sectoral dialogues and advocates. The next element in my model is emotional intelligence, or EI. When people talk about intelligence, they usually refer to the traditional IQ, but I want to refocus on EI as another type of intelligence, which may be a better predictor of our teaching success or effectiveness as HR professionals. Well, you may have heard about EI, or emotional intelligence, in several fora. What is EI? What is it? In simple terms, emotional intelligence is defined as the ability to understand and manage our own emotions, as well as recognize and influence the emotions of those around us. The term was first coined in 1990 by researchers John Mayer and Peter Salovey, but was later popularized by psychologist Daniel Goleman, as we probably all know. There are 5 components of emotional intelligence, as what you can see on the screen, which are self-awareness, which is at the core of everything. It describes our ability not only to understand our strengths and weaknesses, but also to recognize our emotions. Then there is self-regulation, which is the ability to manage our emotions, particularly in stressful situations, and maintain a positive outlook despite setbacks. The third one is motivation, which is our willingness to do something and that which drives our goals and targets. Then empathy, which is our ability to understand our peers' feelings and perspectives, which enables us to communicate and collaborate more effectively with them. And of course, social skills, which refer to the management of relationships and building networks, which ultimately helps to communicate and interact with each other. Can we fortify or invigorate our emotional intelligence? What do you think? Yes, we can. Experts suggest that in order to improve our emotional intelligence, we need to understand the wide array of emotions and how to handle them. For example, when dealing with teachers, students, parents, colleagues, and other individuals, remember that we are not dealing with creatures of logic, but with creatures of emotion. Thus, educational leaders, HR professionals, and QA managers have critical roles in setting the tone of the educational or organizational environment. Recognizing different components of emotions and building a variety of personal and relational competence build what is called emotional granularity. I repeat, emotional granularity, which means being able to construct more or less precise emotional experiences. All right, let's move to the next visible element in Segumpan model, which is about globalization and internationalization. Globalization is also a nebulous concept, and I'm pretty sure that there may be as many definitions as there are participants here. In popular discourse, globalization is often synonymous with internationalization, referring to the growing interconnectedness and interdependence of people and institutions throughout the world. With regard to the role of educational institutions, globalization has become a major topic of study, especially in the field of comparative education, which applies to social sciences theories or scientific methods to international issues of education. In the field of education, it is also argued by experts that a lot of changes are expected duties of universities to ameliorate the individual's appropriateness with the concept of globalization that, of course, changes traditional structure of education. This is one of the main rapid changes today in universities and other institutions that are redoubling their efforts to respond to social change or address society's expectations. Over the years, I have been monitoring the outcomes of global university rankings, especially those of Asian universities, including India, of course. Sometime last year, in June, the Quacquarelli-Simmons unveiled the QS World University Rankings 2023, which ranked more than 1,400 universities worldwide. On the other hand, the Times Higher Education disclosed the World University Rankings 2023, involving like 1,800 universities across the globe. To many local and international educational leaders, these rankings do matter in certain QA and other decisions and resource allocations, such as in choosing international partners and other collaborative projects. As Times Higher Education puts it, rankings help institutions build global brand visibility, forge strategic partnerships, and recruit international talent. Well, by the way, I wish to qualify here that I'm not in a position to talk about the criteria used by QS or Times because, of course, I'm not representing either of them, which are, well, these are available online. So kindly access them so that you'll have more detailed information on the yardstick used, such as research, citations, international staff, and international students, to name a few. I hope you can find time to view the ranking outcomes yourselves in the website of QS and THE. Let's look at the next element of the model, which stands for unlearning, learning, and relearning. While we're all born with an intense desire to learn, somewhere along the line, many of us lose our passion for learning. The pressure to excel, with its ever-present emphasis on test scores, for example, can rob the enjoyment from the process of learning. Whatever the reasons, once the basics are covered, many people tend to stick with what they know and avoid situations or challenges where they may mess up or be forced to learn something new, thus creating a safe, secure, and comfortable and confining world for themselves. Here, they do their best to mold the changes going on around them, people, events, such as conferences like this and seminars, and the general environment to fit with their current mental maps. They may say they're open to change, but actually they do their best to avoid it. For a while, that strategy can work fairly well. What it doesn't do is to prepare them to adapt to a future that may well require an entirely new set of maps. As futurist and philosopher Alvin Toffler once wrote, which I personally like, the illiterate of the 21st century will not be those who can't read and write, but those who cannot learn and relearn. What does it mean? Unlearning is about moving away from something, letting go, rather than acquiring. It's like stripping an old paint. It lays the foundation for the new layer of fresh learning to be acquired and to stick. But like the painter who needs to prepare a surface, stripping the paint is 70% of the work, while repainting is only 30%. There are countless things we may have to unlearn in our job, QA processes, HR programs, career, even in the course of the next 12 months, such as unlearning the designs we use, unlearning the methodology we use, unlearning the technology we adapt at work, unlearning the way we approach QA, accreditation, and teaching learning effectiveness, unlearning the way we communicate and deliver our value to the public, unlearning the skills and knowledge needed to get to the next level, unlearning who is our target market and what they want and why, and unlearning how to get the most from our employees. Indeed, the list is long. All right, here's another element in the model, which I call media and information literacy, sometimes called digital literacy, information literacy, and digital citizenship. What is digital citizenship? According to UNESCO, it is the responsible and competent use of technology by anyone who uses computers, the internet, and digital devices to engage with society on any level in a critical, ethical, and effective way as he or she tries to access, retrieve, understand, evaluate, and use, and create, and of course, share a variety of information and media content. As the rate of technological advancement continues to increase, higher education institutions are becoming more dependent on the internet for day-to-day activities. There is a concept in the literature of the so-called good digital citizenship, which refers to those who connect with one another, empathize with each other, and create lasting relationships through digital tools. Good digital citizenship also means respecting copyright and intellectual property, abhorring cyberbullying, protecting personal private information and that of others, and staying safe online. On the other hand, there's also quote unquote bad digital citizenship, which entails cyberbullying, irresponsible social media usage, and a general lack of knowledge about how to safely use the internet. Everyone who uses the electronic devices to go online and interact with others is participating in a digital world as a digital citizen. Just like good citizenship is important at the university and at work, so is good digital citizenship important when online. The implication here is for HR managers to take crucial roles in educating and training everyone at work about the practice of safe, responsible, and legal use of technology. Let's move on to another challenge, which is familiar to all of us in the academia, loved by most of us, and hopefully hated by none of us. Yeah, that's publication and its twin, research. Publishing research data is not a new issue or challenge for us. In fact, in the past, research data was not viewed as a central point or central component of scholarly communication, or even counted as a core research output, such as peer-reviewed journal articles, for example. However, there is a growing emphasis on publication of research data as a principal research output, especially in research-intensive higher educations. Well, the list that you can see on the screen is not exhaustive, and there are many more that we can enumerate why researchers need to publish their data. The insight here is that most, if not all, higher education institutions use publication and research as indicators of productivity, while global ranking institutions use them as indicators of quality education. One of the major quality issues in publication is the rise of predatory journals. Predatory journals or predatory publishers have taken advantage of the pay-to-publish model, scamming authors out of publishing fees. Predatory journals exist as a business, not to promote scholarly discourse or foster high-quality research. Promising fast publication turnaround, these journals have little to no peer review, resulting in low-quality articles. Repeated publication in predatory outlets can be potentially harmful to our reputation as researchers and as an institution, of course, as a whole. All right. In this slide, I have provided you some reputable institutions or organizations that may be useful for our scholarly publications. For example, the Directory of Open Access Journals, or DOJ, is a very good community-curated online directory that provides access to high-quality, open-access, peer-reviewed journals. Another one is Committee on Publication Ethics, or COPE. This is a membership organization committed to educating and supporting editors, publishers, universities, research institutes, and all involved in publication ethics. The first in the list is also an excellent source that provides specific names of potential predatory publishers. So please check it out so that you will be more aware of what's in and what's out as regards suitable venues for your publication. We're almost there. The next issue or challenge I wish to highlight is on assessment, in particular, authentic assessment. In this slide, the classic questions on assessment remain the same and are re-emerging. What is authentic assessment? What makes educational assessment authentic? How is authentic assessment done in, let's say, online learning? Well, authentic assessment is a type of assessment that evaluates whether the student can successfully transfer the knowledge and skills gained in the classroom to various contexts, scenarios, and situations. It is grounded in theoretical best practices for teaching and learning and serves as an effective measure for course learning outcomes. In many ways, it can be considered the difference between measuring what students know versus how they can apply that knowledge. Experts advise that for an assessment to be considered authentic, be it face-to-face teaching or in online instruction, it needs to be based on realistic, real-life situations. Deliver clear objectives and goals. Allow for collaboration and teamwork. Encourage feedback and reflection. And take the form of formative assessment, such as in-class games, group presentations, and hands-on activities, and the business cases in the case of the business department, among many others. Well, during the COVID-19 pandemic, our assessment principles have been challenged, and some of our so-called best practices have hibernated for some time. Nevertheless, the pandemic has provided a novel opportunity to explore alternative online learning assessments. which are conducive to student well-being and academic performance as part of a whole university strategy. As educators prepare for the next normal, we must ensure that the expectations and criteria for online study and assessment types are clearly communicated to students, particularly in relation to timing. In doing so, we should ensure online learning and assessments are appropriately scaffolded and integrated into the curriculum, with suitable resources and environment available to every student. And if possible, assessments should not only measure outcomes, but also processes and opportunity to learn constructs. In other words, capture what students have learned and how teaching and learning are occurring respectively. Well, COVID-19 pandemic in many ways brings to the forefront the importance of understanding and documenting processes and context of learning and the need to account for them in the design and implement and interpretation of assessments. The last element in the model highlights the importance of networking. How important is networking? And how can higher education institutions capitalize on it? Through networking, educators and researchers get the opportunity to meet other experts with similar, say, human resource development, quality management, and research agenda, as well as make professional connections that can lead to new initiatives such as joint research or collaborative projects. A good example is this international conference organized by your esteemed university, which provides us an opportunity to build networks with other researchers and experts from other corners of the globe, of course, including India, and to share thoughts on recent advances and research breakthroughs, practices, and of course, our experiences. It is an opportunity to expand the knowledge that one has and to upgrade performance in accomplishing institutional objectives, such as establishing new research projects, joint applications for funds, and technology transfer, among others. All right, here is the recap of Segumpan model, which reflects some of the elements that I deciphered from my readings and experience. I may not have expressed everything in this 30-minute or so presentation, but I hope I was able to provide an avenue for you to also reimagine how quality can be enhanced through capacity building in the context of higher education. So let me briefly conclude the session. It's easy to get so caught up in the daily grind that some academics lose motivation or excitement for their job or interests, whatever the reasons are. As proactive educational leaders, educators, HR managers, or QA specialists, let us continue to understand matters that matter among our staff so that they will continue to find fulfilling experience at work and improve chances of success. Let's not say, I won't or I can't. Let's simply do it. So with this, I thank you for your kind attention. Have a great day, everybody.
Now the session is open for questions, if any.
Thank you, Dr. Reynaldo.
You're welcome, Professor.
Yeah, Doc, just one thing. Whenever we are going for international exchange of curriculum or students, how to sync it? Am I clear?
Yeah, you are clear, doctor. Yes, sir. Yeah, but please go ahead. Yeah.
How to sync the, when a student is studying in one country and going for exchange program in another one, sometimes people feel problem in synchronizing that learnings. So can you suggest some ways out?
Yeah, thank you for the question, Professor. Here in our in the Sultanate, for example, we have had like an international exchange student program where some of our students would spend like a semester in an international university. So we had a partner institution before in the US where we sent a few students to spend their one semester and then credit the course when they are back here in Oman. And it worked very well. So initially, the partner institutions would have to discuss the curriculum, the courses that can be possibly credited, so that the students will also, get some benefits or optimize the benefits from such experience. So it's not just going there for enjoyment, but it's for learning and of course getting some credits when the students are back. So we can definitely integrate that in our QA plans or in our internationalization program. So that will depend on the terms and conditions that will be laid out in our memorandum of understanding or memorandum of agreement with the target or the partner institutions. And I'm sure KL University can do that.
Thank you, Doc.
You're welcome.
I think Dr. Rumpara from Bahrain want to. Dr. Rumpa, are you there?
I do not have a question, just I would like to share my happiness that Professor Ronaldo had talked about unlearning, learning and relearning and used the quote also. And surprisingly, in my presentation also, I used that quote and, I thought of explaining that. So I was very happy that we think on the same direction.
Oh, thank you very much. Yeah, it's lovely. Yeah. So we got a similar vibration somehow. Yeah. Professor Rumpa. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Professor Ronaldo, for enlightening us on quality enhancement through manpower development, exploring best practices in higher education, and giving us deep insight on how is quality assessment should be in HR, an overview of quality, and also about the networking model and what are the chances of this success. Thank you so much.
You're most welcome. Thank you. It's indeed a pleasure. And special thanks to Professor Radha Sharma for a kind invitation. Yeah, it's very hard to say no to a dear friend who's also an expert in QA. Yeah, so thank you very much, Professor Radha, and may you continue to have this kind of engagement also and keep up the great job there. Thank you so much. And congratulations to the whole university. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor.
Moving on to the next session, it gives me an immense pleasure to introduce Dr. Dilip Kumar, who is working as professor at Nile University of Nigeria, and he holds the position of Deputy Vice Chancellor and full Professor of Business Management. And his research interest includes strategic management, consumer behavior, entrepreneurship, SME development, tourism development, human resource management, and organizational behavior. He holds a dual doctorate in behavioral sciences and business administration. He also enjoys reading and writing, and he has published 180 peer-reviewed articles in international and national journals and 80 brief case studies in business management and more than 76 papers at worldwide and national conferences. He has 2 patents, 4 patent publications, 14 copyrights, and 9 books on business management, and 3 monographs to go along with his academic credentials. He serves as an editor and editorial board member for several high-impact international publications. He has trained academics, researchers, and business leaders from more than 25 nations and for more than 18 years. He has worked as a consultant and in research and development at both the national and international levels. And he has dedicated his life to academia, research, corporate development, and institution building, making significant contributions to both the corporate and academic sectors. Thank you, sir. Now I request you to take the session and address the gathering.
Thank you, Jida. Thanks to Radha Krishna Sharma Professor. Yale University is a good friend of mine. And I just heard Reynaldo. I was working with him for a long period in Muscat, and I met him and all the people, especially Koteshwara Rao sir. We shared some sort of platform together related to quality assurance. And let me first of all thank Yale University and the coordinators of the NAC-sponsored 5th International Conference on connected to the quality assurance, education, and how to move ahead, and likewise. A lot of themes are aligned. But today, I had to share a little my understanding, being in the international level, being the quality assurance for a long period, what exactly the change happening across the globe, and I'm trying to connect that with our local institutional and educational improvement approaches. So let me share my, what you would say, the slides first. Hopefully you would be able to see. Can you see my window?
Yes, sir.
It's possible, right? Thank you. So the screen is now on. Okay. Is it visible? Absolutely. Pujita, can you?
Yes, sir. It is visible, sir.
Absolutely fine. Absolutely. Thank you so much. So be part of the education system lasted around 21 years of my lifespan and hold many positions connected to assuring quality education in university system, international as well as local. Would like to share you my viewpoints on education 5.0. So this was exactly my agreement with Dr. Radhakrishna Sharma. He is exactly coordinating all the events. So he asked me what's the title? And I was telling something else and something else. Finally, he oriented me to this particular topic, which is so relevant and it is so impactful in academic system. So let's have an idea about this change. We need to understand that change is something which is constant. And that change we need to absorb and we need to move on. So it can be connected from the education 1.0 to 2.0 to 3.0 to 4.0 and to 5.0. It can be at different levels. We absorb the change process and we are moving on. Education 1.0, we are exactly married with lectures and memorization. So those who can memorize and reproduce in their answer booklets, they got the good marks and they want. We considered it as a kind of quality assurance. Somebody has switched off the microphone. Can you switch off it? Thank you. And it has moved to education 2.0, in which we have seen a change from the typical, what you would say, lecture modes to internet-based education. There also we observed certain kind of quality assurance. Moving towards education 3.0, it is purely connected with the knowledge-based education. And we integrated the technology bit and connected to the new disciplines, new pedagogies, new approaches of teaching and learning and likewise. And it has moved towards education 4.0. We are absolutely witnessing these changes with the applications of virtual learning, augmented reality, robotic applications, and likewise it's moving on. Innovations-based education, specifically metaverse. And now education 5.0. We have seen the revolution of these changes, but most important aspect is how far we can humanize the mission applications connected to the education. This is the question of education 5.0. And ethics and humanism is the crux, even when you use technology in the classroom or in simulations or in labs or anyway. how far you are connecting that with human experience, how far you accommodate as a technologies or a technology which adopt or accommodate the emotions of the people. This is exactly 5.0 discuss about. Look at education 1.0, which is purely authoritarian. Student is passive recipient, and absolutely teacher is the center point. What teachers tells have to follow by the students, and that is the epitome. Nobody can question against it. And technology is forbidden. You're not supposed to use calculators. You're not supposed to use any kind of algorithms or any kind of technology that support the students in the learning and reproducing patterns. We have witnessed this change process. Now you talk about education 2.0, communication and collaboration. Still, we have witnessed the exam-based approach. Complete memorization still continue even with little applications of technology. So student-centered approach, it talks about, but do not apply. They little bit moved from the teacher-centered to student-centered, but it is not purely applied. Some people think they stopped talking about teaching and they talked about learning and learning outcomes. This is a positive change we have observed in education 2.0. They talked about, that now we are talking more about outcome-based education, all these things, what you would say, program educational objective, program learning objective, program or course learning objective, or TLOs, topic learning objectives. We are listening all these things, but not at all adopted appropriately. So here, earlier they talk about hours of teaching, how many hours a teacher has to, now hours of learning. So that also, it's slowly imparted or slowly imbibed into the system. But education 3.0 has witnessed from teacher-centered approach to student-centered approach. So the teacher's role has witnessed a change, a drastic change as a facilitator, as a coordinator, as a practice guide, and likewise. And student is researching. This is most important thing we need to. The components of the research have integrated into the academic system in the learning, teaching and learning process, or the learning process specifically. And we have witnessed flipped classrooms, and there is blended learning. This kind of little bit change is observed. So the student is self-learning and everywhere. Technology application you can see. Little bit impact of the technology started in 3.0 onwards. So the classical style classroom no longer exists. That means you have to go to a physical setting, you have to listen to your teacher, you have to engage into the interaction between the teacher and the students, all kinds of things, a little bit change we observed. And the major change is the movement from the lesson plans to learning plans. Still we are in industry 5. Education 5. Also we are talking about lesson plans. It's changed to learning plans. And every teacher has to prepare based on every module you are taking a learning plan to be prepared. Take an example, first 10 minutes, how are you going to deliver? Second 20 minutes, third 20 minutes, and the last 10 minutes, how are you going to conclude it? And how you ensure that the transfer of learning happened. So the movement is like that. So when you look upon this change, that's what I told you, we have to absorb the change continuously. Education 4.0. Co-creation and innovation. There exactly we are moving towards now. Take an example where I'm coming from, Africa now. I'm not sure we are into the stage of still education 3.0. Blessed with India is marching ahead towards education 5.0. I witnessed in US, I witnessed in UK, I witnessed in Australia, all these continents or a kind of countries, and likewise, they're all witnessing this change of integration of absolute technology into the classroom. So whenever and wherever flipped classroom applied, practical exercises, learning is done at home and outside. Earlier, it is clearly fixed into the classroom and all the learning should be finished in the classroom. So industry, that means education 4.0, that has delimited the process of teaching and learning, or home assignments. Even take an example, when you look at the curriculum, lecture, tutorial, or practice, or others, any kind of simulations or labs or something. And after that, self-learning is coming. So something connected with a face-to-face and something connected with non-face-to-face. So the total learning time is exactly the face-to-face plus non-face-to-face. So here, non-face-to-face is turned to be a major parameter in which we are assuring, the teachers are assuring the learning or the transfer of learning happened. So most important thing is development of personalized teaching. If a student couldn't attend the class, he can get the automated tutorials or the kind of lectures. Whenever we are clearing off, take an example, Microsoft Teams and likewise Zoom, you are getting the recordings, so you're not missing anything at all. You miss any class at all, any point, anywhere in the world, you can sit and learn it. So the technology is free and easily accessible. The technology revolution has created the change in education, and we need to marry this process. Here also you can see the teachers no longer prepared the lesson plans, but creative plans. Earlier I told you learning plans. Now it's called as creativity plans. How much we can provide as students with creative assignments, which integrate the problem solving skills or decision making capacity or analytical skills, and likewise how we can do that. And another thing, the evaluation parameters also change. It's not the kind of summative assessments. It's mostly connected to the formative assessment. Lot of assignments, projects, simulations, seminars, conferences. It's up to the faculty to decide what kind of assessment pattern I should follow. So here, continuous evaluation is one factor. Individual evaluation is second factor, and the group evaluation is the third factor. So assessment is finished only when continuous, individual, and group evaluations or assessments happens. That is a change, and technology facilitates that. But what I would like to communicate to you today is the change. It happens all the time. You look at the Industry 5.0. Industry 5.0 also have keen influence on Education 5.0. It's the era of robots. Look at artificial intelligence in manufacturing, transformation in world technology, customization and advanced manufacturing. These are all connected with industries. And the role of human being has gone down. It has taken over by robots and machines, especially engineering colleges, specifically Keele University, extremely famous for engineering education. And this has created a lot of challenges to the economy and the productivity. How we can ensure the productivity, either in the education system or in the retail industry or in the engineering or any kind of applications connected to IT sector or anywhere. So here we have also witnessed collaborative working of human and robots. Industry 5.0 is clearly humanizing the mission application. That is exactly the message, and that started from Japan. Industry 4.0, if it is started from Germany, Industry 5.0 started from, Japan. So we have to follow in accordance with that. The change process means that Education 5.0. So it brings together the internet connected devices, invisible networks, data raising automated systems, all are part of the change process. All are part of integration. So when you connect Industry 5.0 versus Industry 4.0, Industry 5.0 that differs in mass personalization, the human touch by relying on robots or cobots. Collaborative robots, we call it as robots, exactly, cobots. So Industry 4.0, they exactly hold a serious or very high influence on industrial sector. They have provided, of course, flexibility in manufacturing process, but Industry 5.0, that exactly connected to the integration of technology with human. Earlier, we couldn't witness that. Now we are witnessing exactly. So human creativity and craftsmanship with the speed, productivity, and consistency of robots, which exactly capable of all kinds of programs or events in its implementation effectively. And the major change we are witnessing here is that, look up, the global manufacturing workforce, which will be moving 2030 from present 1.2 billion to 1 million. That means it was around 0.9 something. Now it is moving towards 1.2 billion. So education sector has to absorb the industrial changes or absorptions or adaptive capacities, and likewise, they also have to follow that. So education sector should begin with grassroots initiative to outline such pathways, how we can integrate technology in modern education practices. But the challenge ahead is to groom the young graduates to become highly skilled workers. So there is a change from academic degrees to skill-based degrees. So how we can ensure, so when you develop the syllabus, you can see that what are the transferable skills inside the syllabus a teacher is envisioning. So the question, when an accreditation body is coming up, they will ask you the question like, okay, you took up this subject or a course, this particular course code you have taken in this particular semester. Tell me, how did you ensure? What are your ways to transfer the knowledge to the skills? If you don't have any kind of approach or any kind of practice that you have implemented in the classroom, it's very difficult for you to convince the accreditation bodies. So you look into consideration of AACSB, or look into consideration of AMBA, ABEST, or what you would say, EQUES, or any business school accreditation process. In our system, specifically Coren engineering, so or Arken architecture, we have to follow strictly the transfer of learning. So work better and faster in a pace with collaborative boards and cohorts. How we can do that? How we can create a kind of simulative environment in the education setting? How we can ensure that aligning with the technology, how the cognitive skills can be developed, how the intelligence system can be integrated with our brain and intelligence, emotions. So existing workforce, take an example, leveraging human creativity, all these, robotic applications or AI applications or virtual learning platforms, and likewise, how it can be integrated. This is a challenge to industry, 5.0, education 5.0. So the compelling paradigm shifts to adapt to future employability trends are the present scenario in education system, required scenario. Take an example, two types of system. One is present scenario, the other one is required scenario. The present scenario is demand-based education. What is the demand? In accordance with, we adopt the changes in the teaching and learning process, research integration, work integration, or project integrations, and likewise. But it's not like that now. It's moving towards supply-based education. How? See, look at the profile of those customers or the students. Look at the varied level of supply we are getting. We need to customize everybody, personalize everybody. Instead of pulling them into the classroom, technology is facilitating somebody sitting in Africa or in somebody sitting in what you would say US, and they can learn in the same or different timing in accordance with their convenience. Competency-based education, move to knowledge and skill-based education. Basic technologies with ICTs, that is exactly industry 3.0 and 4.0, all this witnessing. Now it's troubleshooting technologies and skill set with applications of extreme AI, robotic applications, and likewise RAS. Degree accumulation and basic requirements to purposefulness, mindfulness, that leading to overall happiness. The most important change in Industry 5.0 that we are witnessing is looking ahead human. We know that technology is clearly, what you would say, highly influencing our academic as well as every system. But the thing is that, are we losing the human side of enterprise, human side of education, the purposefulness of life, mindfulness of life? This is exactly the purpose of Industry 5.0. So the challenge ahead is to strategize on setting up a global network research. Is one of the another challenge we have, how we can ensure that intercollaborations, cross-country research, and likewise how it is possible. address the issues of global concern to collaborate with world's leading university. How it is possible? I heard a question of what you would say, how we can collaborate internationally. It's basically connected with due diligence. Due diligence indicate that how the current system, take an example, what is your syllabus? Who are your teachers? What kind of technology applications you have? How the internationalization and or what kind of students you are having the intake, and what kind of a structure or the systems available to deliver, and what kind of courses and the programs existing. So you look upon the program, faculty, internationalization, students intake or curriculum, teaching and learning process, everywhere we need to ensure the due diligence. If you can match up, yes, there is a process of what you would say collaboration. Otherwise, it's very difficult. To support the growth of global reputation of any higher education institutions, they have to now go for collaboration, internationalization, and that is must. And there we need to witness the aspects of human emotions or purposefulness, mindfulness, all these things, because culture different, custom different, all kinds of practices different. So to achieve the academic excellence, we have to move outside the box, or we need to be more, if you want to absorb education 5.0, more outward looking a kind of perspective needed. Focus on the impact besides amenable to what kind of impact you can create in education setting or to the stakeholders, major stakeholders. How we can remain competitive or accessible. We are the first, we are the out of 10 universities. Okay, this university tend to be the topmost and we prefer this university. Why this is so? Because of the best practices, because of the absorption of the latest changes very effectively in high pace. So that magnetize the talent also. Learner-centered creative collaboration communities. So industry 5.0 versus industry 4.0, when you connect it with the future of learning in education, one, digital revolution, you need to understand, powered by Internet of Things and fueled by the data. And there is cloud computing, and that directly impacts the industrial revolution, of course, academic revolutions also. Future manpower leading to an evolution in the employability means that 360-degree development of the budding graduates means that it's not just teacher designed, it's the student, it's the teacher, it's the institution, it's the industry, it's the staff, it's the projects, it's assignments, lot of things we need to consider. We call it as 360-degree development approach. So the technology open up endless possibilities for this future of learning with IoTs, or any kind of applications of AI. All right. So IoT taking over the traditional infrastructure. You need to understand in education 5.0, you need to understand industry is taking care of, or IoTs, Internet of Technology, is taking care of many changes. Digital libraries, industry-sponsored laboratories, simulation softwares, accessibility to the latest technological know-how, and that to be integrated into the curriculum. Long back, when I was in Pune, there was a campus called as I2HEI'2023. Now it is not existing. Long back, 2004-06 period, I was a faculty over there. So one time, a professor from MIT who came and told, you should marry technology. And technology is the first, management is second. As a management faculty, I was strongly against the way of commenting. But now I realized specifically that every decision of management or business goals or business industries, they're all supported by technology. Technology designed the kind of decision making with the support of AI, ML, TL, NLP, deep learning, NLP, or machine learnings, and likewise. So education also have to absorb it. And people can exist in the world only when they marry the change. So traditional methodology changed. Academic freedom in curriculum for dynamic teaching pedagogies are coming up now. Different types of pedagogies, you can use it, and with which you can make the teaching and learning process excited. The most important thing as a teacher we need to ask ourselves is whether it is 5.0, 4.0, 3.0, whatever it may, did my student excited in the teaching, in the learning process or not? And somebody who didn't like the subject you could develop that interest and make the student interested enough to attend your class. Am I succeeded in that or not? Transfer of learning happened or not? Another is individualist approach and self-paced learning. E-learning specifically has provided this adaptability. Anywhere in the world you can sit and you can learn. And improve performance also, because not only they have to go to take an example, Honoris United University Network, where I'm part of it, we have implemented a program called as Reimagining 21st Century Skills, in which flips classrooms, how the teachers can engage into blended learning process, problem-based learning, PBL, all these things we have taught our faculty members to apply that in the classroom in accordance with the movement of Education 5.0 or 4.0 itself. So personalized learning, the students can say, take an example now, elections happening, we have to close down the undertaking because of the insecurity condition. We have to close down. Learning is not stopped at all. Why it is possible? Because it has deep-rootedly reached into even the rural areas where internet possibilities are there. So theoretical knowledge will be imparted outside the classroom, while practical and experience not be imparted face-to-face. This is the separation happening. Lecture modes, all these things, you don't require any kind of classrooms. It has moved towards more, what you would say, outside-based virtual platform. That's where metaverse applications are coming. Case studies through metaverse, case studies through virtual learning platforms, all these things are happening. So it has moved the face-to-face and non-face-to-face. And technology-driven expectations, teaching methodologies, focus on the practical assignments, life projects, innovative assignments, entrepreneurial tasks, IPRs, intellectual property acts, maybe in the form of patents or copyrights and likewise. So it becomes the need of the hour to redefine the education system to become technology driven. This is exactly talking about industry 4.0. What we are adding in 5.0 is you integrate, no problem, but make it purposeful and mindful. This is most important thing. So preference of knowledge, tools, and pertinent pedagogies happen. Future skill set, managing complexity, managing what you would say changes, resistant to changes, managing dynamics, managing vulnerabilities. Take an example of the COVID-19. All the business models which we are following failed. 2 years, we don't have solutions at all. Many point we have struggled. And the same thing is applicable any point of time, any uncertain scenarios. So technology going to be. I'll tell you where I was working in one company where I was a consultant in Morocco when I was in Morocco. So that particular university made me as a consultant. So what we have changed in the industrial system, around 70% of the people of that industry is now working remotely. They're not in the campus, not in the industry at all. We changed with new policies with the support of what you would say SAP HANA and different kinds of ERP platforms. So students will be able to choose the tools and techniques of their choice by forming a learning-centric pedagogy. Learning-centric is not teaching-centered. What the student wants to learn and what are the skills to be imbibed, and that exactly is to be there in the curriculum. And here blended learning, bringing your own devices, we call it as BIOD, MOOCs applications, flipped classrooms, all are examples that to meet the global standards of education. And the major one we are witnessing here is project-based learning, simulative workplaces. Everything is, one of the major component of reimagining skills for this Honoris program, which we have implemented for every faculty. Every faculty has to go through it, and that is PBL, application of PBL, flipped classrooms, blended learning, beyond and likewise, all these new generation methods, teaching methods we have implemented. And it will acquire them with organizational skills, time management skills, human knowledge, collaborative skills, everything. Now look on the assessment exactly. Evaluation and assessment. It's moving towards more practical and experiential learning in comparison with traditional subject-oriented theoretical learning. Theory, of course, needed. Take an example we have in Africa. There is a program called CIVERS, Industry Connect program. Every student has to go through engineering specifically, had to go through a 6-month internship program, and they will be in the industry. And just like medical program, residential programs happening, The same thing is happening in engineering. We are trying to integrate that with management courses now. So practical and experiential learning is more important, where project-based learning, all this new generation technology integrated learning is impacted. So here, the way the students perceive education while evaluating the progressive, intellectual, knowledge-driven, future-ready generation, here the impact of technology is going up. Assessment pattern is through technology. I told you the continuous learning, continuous assessments, individual assessment, and group assessments are very important. Progressive measures, we need to continuously measure the students. Did they learn it or not? Could they be able to implement in the industrial setting, or any kind of hypothetical cases and language could they implement on? We need to continuously check. It's not like finally there is a kind of summative assessment and we are not measuring the students. It's very difficult because always remember, the students of this generation are far ahead intelligent than us if you don't marry with the technology. One day you should not feel yourself inferior before the student, that we are far, far, far less knowledgeable in comparison with my student, because they are born with technology. So in this context, I would like to pitch the idea of industry, what you say, education 5.0. Basically, the use of new technologies, provide more humanized teaching, students' social, emotional development, ensure through technology, and provide the solution that improve the society. This is the purpose of industry, or sorry, education 5.0. So a chain that links digital and technological knowledge, human, social, emotional skills to promote the well-being when you integrate with technology platforms. It's a kind of boom in our day-to-day digital transformation. Artificial intelligence, IoTs, virtual learning platforms, machine learning, DL, all these things are happening. And they're embedded into the lives and in the companies or in the academic system. So online classes and distant learning is going to be the lead of next generation. It's a reality. All right. So Industry 4.0, the role of technology to promote speed, accuracy, and knowledge in instruction. That is exactly Industry 4.0. That exactly in the sense that when you connect it with Education 4.0, this is exactly more. So they are applying all these technology jargons of artificial intelligence, machine learning, gamifications, application of the games and economic theories. When you connect games theories and you're connecting gamification, etc. So the goal is to bring education closer to the technological advances, and to create more direct communication with new generation kids. They don't want to come to classroom. They would like to learn in accordance with their own convenience. So Education 5.0 is different from the first one, 4.0, is the outgrowth of this idea. Including, this is a kind of a more human perspective learning, including social and emotional abilities. And it promotes lesser environmental impact with greater health and safety. This is the objective. So Education 5.0, putting human qualities in the center of education. And that is related to many skills like innovativeness, creativity, critical thinking, analytical skills, design thinking, compassion, all kinds of emotions with intelligence. Both we are trying to balance it. And considering the market company needs, and based on that, what the learner required and the learner-oriented education should happen. So there is the gap between the industry expectations and the institutional deliveries are matching up. Offering a big picture of education, how the educational offer fits into the overall learning trajectory, a lifelong learning. This is most important thing. It's not just classroom with which they finished off, they got their degrees, and how it can be percolated into their lifelong learning in every point of decision making in their life. So viewing the learners as a change agent, actively engaging them into curriculum. The most important thing is students are now engaged in Industry 5.0. The students are engaged in the curriculum development. It's not just a faculty development. That means teaching learners means that the teachers be mindful. This is most important. They cannot show their arrogance and a kind of attitude before the students, and like they should be thoughtful, they should be mindful interaction with the technology and the students. They should be more subtle enough to provide the solution in academics, safety and ergonomics, and maintaining good physical mental health, and the possible consequences of excessive inappropriate exposure to technology, including what can be done about it. So Industry 5.0 specifically includes preparing students for lifelong learning. It's not just limited to their course content and likewise, and develops the ability to manage themselves, manage the complexities of life or vulnerabilities. You know that the VUCA, the term VUCA, when you expand it, all the skills connected to that should come out. So they should have the readiness and the continuous learning process and ensuring freedom of curriculum goals, learning outcomes from conventional qualification frameworks to offer relevant personalized personal learning. This is most important thing, even though it is connected to the little bit connected to the conventional qualifications and likewise, but we need to connect that with personalized personal learning goals. So the benefits of Education 5.0, I'll be taking around 5 minutes extra, putting human qualities in the center of education. Human qualities in the center of education. Students' participation in curriculum development. Consideration of employability and societal and learners' needs. So the education management or the managers should have to move towards learner-centered approaches. Preparing students for lifelong learning, relevant personalized. These are the terms which I've used. So how can we get there? One, you need to have clear-cut strategy. Redefining key purposes and specific objectives of educational offers based on Education 5.0. Second, collaboration. Promoting the practices that move beyond the typical institutional collaboration patterns. That's what we are discussing about, internationalization and likewise, and engaging individuals and communities, specifically creating effective learning ecosystem, integrating with technology to the stakeholders. So it's not just the teachers matters, technology matters, its proper integration matters, and the satisfaction of the stakeholder matters. Content, identifying and developing and introducing the content that correspond to the strategy development. It should include ethics, social inclusion, no casteism, no racism, no gender differences. All these things to be part of the new generation Education 5.0 approaches. We need to ensure sustainability, SDG goals integration, diversity. All these things are part of this movement. Another is learning environment. Approaches like stimulating multidisciplinary orientation, design thinking, team spirit, collective problem solving, risk-taking behavior, experiment. All these are required for the new generation students. Remember, they are much more intelligent than us as the teachers of different generations. So delivery mechanisms, and you need to marry technology. Wherever there is a possibility where we can apply technology, you try. I'm not telling that 100% is a conversion is a solution, but not like that. So assessment and recognition, formal and informal ways, continuous individual as well as group assessment to be there. Quality assurance is a crux, and developing specific crises and continuous quality monitoring is an important aspect connected to teaching and learning, connected to publications, research and innovations, or connected to curriculum design. These three are purely connected to academics, teaching and learning, research, as well as the third aspect, the one which I have mentioned. All these three aspects, we need to curriculum, teaching and learning, and research to be integrated. So if you look upon the NEP and likewise, it might have told by some other speakers, personalized education with the help of technology is the crux. Even our national educational policy envisioning all the stakeholders, students, teachers, parents, society, nation will work in alignment to make this Education 5.0 a success. So some important features, personalized education. Here, there is a provision of learning, individual according to their learning style and environment, as well as individuals have different learning methodology, speed, curiosity, developmental stages. With varied level, we can index. Somebody doesn't want to learn today. Okay, they can learn tomorrow. And the speed, extremely good enough to get through the technology applications, and the curiosity can be increased through the pedagogical applications. Students' participation curriculum, this I have mentioned to you, their inputs are very important. It's not just faculty members are preparing the curriculum. All the activities, that effectively prepare the students for the future of learning or lifelong education objectives should be satisfied. Continuous improvement, that should be progressive test, progressive assessment to be done. So in accordance with their own pace and their field, and likewise based on the curiosity, and likewise we need to check on these parameters. Continuous development is happening or not. Mother tongue, that is another thing exactly. The book should be in the home languages and mother. That is a new policy with which the government has initiated to make the people more understand through their regional languages, and likewise 360-degree multi-dimensional detail analysis. Cognitive means that 360-degree means that cognitive, linguistic, project work, quiz, role of students in activities and teacher assessments, all these things to be integrated to understand a proper delivery in education 5.0 happened or not. Teaching and learning. Here it is shift of focus from teaching to learning by interested and motivated learners who seeks experience and opportunities for lifelong education. Monolithic examination, exam orientation pattern, it's to, we always follow the final examination, the board examinations, and the most important thing is demonstration of the skills that they have acquired. So that test also should be valid for a proper assessment. So this is a change expected in education 5.0. Project-based learning, don't want to talk about too much, which means the project enable that person to create it, because projects are different, one-to-one, and likewise different cases are there, different project objectives will be there. So different cases having different experience and exposure. And they're trying to learn working with the teams, working with the technologies, working with complex tasks, and likewise, this is the best approach with which the students are learning analytical thinking, creative ability, and cognitive expansions and cognitive development, and likewise. Easy and accurate assessment should be there rather than tough patterns. Both online, offline can be. Data analytics to be imparted. Greater insight into students' learning journey with data analytics. Statistical analysis with the graphs and charts with which we need to strictly follow one by one how they are exactly progressing in their knowledge. So alignment of curriculum with sustainability, also an important aspect. All the element of sustainable development goals to be integrated. It's not just collecting information as subject to pass a grade and assessment, but ability to do something meaningful that is towards a society collectively and improvement. So the whole universe is the matter. It's not just an individual learning matter. It's consistent. Take an example, the students, they're connecting the students to immediate neighborhood, locality, town, district, state, country, continent, everywhere. You're trying to connect the classroom. A classroom is not physical classroom, but it is more connected to a globe. A globe is exactly the classroom. How we can send somebody to Australia to check the problems of them and then come back and present the papers or present the content with which they're trying to come up with a solution, and likewise, this is exactly the one. So preparing students for lifelong learning is another aspect we are discussing already. And putting human qualities in the center of education, innovativeness, creativity, critical thinking, analytical skills, and design passion, all these things. And teaching learners to be mindful. This is most important thing, purposeful and mindful. This is the teaching learners change we do expect. So the possible consequence of excessive inappropriate exposure to technology, when we are going towards more technology application, don't lose your purpose of education, don't lose the purpose of mindfulness. So future of education in this context, in which industry 1.0 have a different competency. Industry 2.0 have a research university competencies we expected. But industry 3.0, we have witnessed entrepreneurial university concept. And industry 4.0, digital, biotechnological, and likewise. Now, what is this industry 5.0? There we have to reimagine education, employability, future of work, and skills connected to technology. Means that human-machine learning. So I'm proposing a mantra to you in this conference to all these students and faculty members. In order to ensure proper academic system, we need to have work integrated learning, will, technology integrated learning, till, research integrated learning, RIL, project integrated learning, PIL, and soft skill integrated learning. So when you connect all these, I'm giving you a framework, and this framework is copyrighted, and this is the approach we are exactly following in this university. We are giving learning, teaching, and curriculum. These are the three aspects Industry 5.0 need to marry. And with this project-oriented, research-oriented, work-oriented, and technology-oriented, soft skill-oriented approaches, we need to provide experiential learning, and this experiential learning can lead to employability. So the strategies, all these strategies, you can use it. Dynamic and continuously evolving curriculum, modular, flexible, personalized, sustainable caring, knowledge and outcome-based, holistic, humanistic, guided by ethics, collaborative, open sources, involving international experience, including external stakeholders in curriculum design or technology integration in the learning, teaching and learning, case writings, PBL, problem-based learning, technology-supported, AI-related aspects in teaching and learning. And it should be oriented for lifelong learning. It should be enjoyable, and it should clearly ensure equity. Even the students coming from the poor masses, so students coming from anywhere, any disadvantaged sections of society to be incorporated and equity to be felt. So the way forward is, what is the way forward towards this education 5.0? Coherent and relevant curriculum, innovative delivery and assessment, meaningful learning and experience, transformative learning environment, and inspiring educators. When you connect all these things with technology, purposeful and mindfulness, I'm sure we are on the track of this education 5.0. So inspired learning, the progressive thinking, this is the last slide going. Progressive thinking and learners, when you connect it with inspired learning and personalization is needed. So if you look upon the inspired learning aspects, coherent and relevant curriculum, innovative delivery and assessment, meaningful experience, this is going towards that. When you connect with the personalization, transforming the learning environment, this is most important thing. A student should accept it. With the technology or without technology, they should accept it, and they should be integrated with that teaching and learning process. And finally, inspiring educators. Educators need to be inspiring, and they should get excited to see the teachers. When they see the teachers, they should be so excited to attend the class rather than monotonous and boredom-driven classes and likewise. So emerging technologies with a clarity of purpose, with people orientation principles, I'm sure about it, we are developing education 5.0 ecosystem, and there is a positive culture. And this is the question I'm leaving to you. This is my last slide. How can educators rehumanize education in the age of machines? And we are moving through. We are together now. Machines, the dearest buddy of mine now, either through mobile phone or through any kind of they turn to be our perfect partners in comparison with human beings. So the question is, how can learning institutions ensures an ecosystem that emphasizes employability skills? So I've given you so many strategies. I've given you so many applications. I'm sure about it. The new generation universities will absorb, and those absorbed will grow fast. And those who are delaying will take some time to grab it. And that's all for you today. I took up a little more time for you to explain this concept to the Yale University International Conference delegates. I'm sure about it. The delegates will discuss and deliberate all these aspects and ensure that a quality academic system will be developed, or quality academic policies will be developed at the university level. And thank you so much. Specific thanks to Yale University and Dr. Radhakrishna Sharma, my good friend, inviting me for this particular event to address you people. Thank you so much. Have a blessed day. Take care. Bye.
Thank you very much, Doctor. Over to Sujita, madam.
Now the session is open for questions.
I think Dr. Kanhaiya Singh raised his hand. And there is Mr. Mohit.
Okay.
Yes, please, sir. Kanhaiya Singh, sir, please. I think there is some.
Oh, can I
Yes,
have one
Lokesh.
question?
Yes,
Tell
sir.
me.
Yes, please.
I can hear you. I think he's experiencing little technological glitch.
Am I audible?
Okay. Yes, sir. You are loud and clear.
Am I audible, please?
I think some technical problem is with sir. Mr. Mohit.
Yep.
From Citibank London. He is vice president, senior vice president in Citibank London. He want to ask something. Please, Mr.
Glad to
Mohit.
hear you, sir.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Sure, can hear.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Dilip. Right. So I think it has been an eye opener for me. Whatever you covered so far. So my question is, uh, can you give me a real life example which you have implemented in a different way? So I followed the complete 5.0, but if you can substantiate that with a real life example, I think that will really help.
Absolutely. See, take an example, the traditional mode of education, which we are exactly following, is based on the human interaction directly and likewise. But what we have done is application of metaverse. I'm sure you are aware about it. We are trying to integrate the virtual learning platforms with what you would say augmented realities and make it as extended realities in the metaverse platform. So what we did, take an example, a student of chemistry would like to learn the lab, the kind of equation. Take an example, H2 plus O, H2O. So when you connect with the platforms, you don't have to listen. You have to look into the platform. So the oxygen is here, the water is coming, and they're trying to integrate that one. And finally, it is moving towards as either H2, take an example, NaCl. These kind of equations are coming. Instead of drawing all these things, they're trying to put a kind of complete conceptual understanding. And this will be showing in the end, they are trying to connect, and finally the equations are forming. And they're trying to learn that, okay, H2 plus O, H2O, then water is coming conceptually. So this is not possible in the case of what you would say, real classroom settings and likewise. So every platform we depends upon the requirements, and likewise we can customize it into virtual platforms, augmented realities, and likewise. So this I'm just giving you one example of chemistry in the teaching and learning process. But simulations are exactly, take an example of decision makings and likewise. We have customer A, customer B, customer C, and customer D. 4 kinds of options are available. So of course we can have a deliberations, all these things, but the AI applications can generate the options given to the students if it is going with a kind of customers in this kind of segment. Okay, what kind of options are coming up, and likewise all the possibilities are coming. So you're trying to integrate the gaming activities in the teaching and learning process, and they're learning all kinds of alternatives with which the students are so problem focused and decision focused. So they use their creativity to select the best of options coming from all the alternatives. So it's all programmed activities. So they are getting an idea about what kind of is the situation, what kind of what you would say options are coming up. Actually they cannot, because these freshers, they don't have any idea about the market driven decisions, and likewise first time they are experienced. So the computer aided applications are providing so many solutions, out of which they only have to do the best when connected with customer A segment, customer B segment, and likewise. So this is giving an ample platform for the teachers as well as the students to deliberate each other and to discuss, and likewise. So many platforms possible. This is one or 2 examples I can give you where we are exactly applying that in the science field, or it is in the what you would say business field, and likewise. Even we can look at the possibility of making the geographical understanding, and likewise, or you are connecting with stem cell theories or all these things we can convert it in the what do you say virtual realities, and you don't have to go to classroom to learn it. So these kind of technologies are going to penetrate into new generation classrooms. I'm not sure after 10 years, I will be existing myself as a teacher. Instead of that, my avatars will be taking you the sessions.
Thank you, Dr. Dilip. I think it's a very practical approach.
I attended, literally, I'm telling you, I forget your good name.
I'm Mohit Gaur.
Mohit. The thing is that I attended a classroom with robots. A robot is taking classes to me, and same voice, same modulations, everything. And one avatar is taking classes in Morocco, one in Australia, and one in Japan. And he is taking classes in US, MIT professor. Look the way exactly the new generation teachers as robots going on. So that's what I'm telling you. I won't be there in the picture, maybe in the coming days as a teacher. But the people remember me only my human side of teacher, and rest of the things all available in the fingertips. Thank you.
Agree. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Mohit. I think Dr. Kanhaiya Singh, if
he's back,
he's available.
Yes.
Yeah. Can I have my observation?
Sure.
Yeah, please, sir. Go ahead.
Professor Mohit, Professor Dilip.
Dilip.
Yes.
I must really express my hearty thanks to you and hearty congratulations to you for your wonderful presentation.
Thank you, sir.
Very exhaustive and very insightful, very technical. And you are taking a lot of pains to prepare this. Really a sound. Now I have got three observations rather. One is that you talk when you say progression of education, and then you show that knowledge-based, innovation-based, ethics-based. But what about the business orientation-based? The practical orientation for the business, that I think somewhere we have to give some thought to it. Second question, when you talk about the innovations and transformations, the question is how to bring that transformation and innovation along the faculty members. First of all, leave alone the students. First of all, we should talk about the faculty members, how to bring the innovation and transformation in the faculty members. And third, when you talk about the international collaborations with the leading schools, leading foreign schools, then the problem is, I found particularly in the management field, within my field, my area, the foreign based schools, which are very good schools, they are all AASB accredited. And as per guidelines, they say that we cannot have collaboration with the Indian business schools which are not accredited by AASB. And in India, we have hardly a dozen of AASB management schools. This is my just observations. Just please.
I totally agree with you, Kanhaiya sir, because what you mentioned about AACSB accreditation, because I was working when I was in Malaysia, University of Malaysia, it was AACSB accredited business school. And I was working over there, and the toughness of getting, it took around 7 years to get it. AACSB, we started, yes, sir, we started in 2009, I think so. But yes, 2009, but we got it in 2016. You know that the thing is that many, even I'm seeing in Africa, we cannot go for any kind of these collaborations many times, because best of universities have a specific quality assurance based curriculum, effective teaching and learning process. And of course, the faculty members, specifically business schools. Take an example, when Raluca, she is the best friend of mine of AACSB from the Middle East. She asked only one question, and Isan also. They were asking only, how many faculty members in your business school have developed case studies? It's the first question they are asking. How many marketing cases, or even application of AI in marketing, or what you would say HR applications, or any case studies? Every faculty member has to produce. It's in business school. It's not the research oriented things important. It's case oriented thing, because we are into more a problem solving approach. Of course, it doesn't mean that research is not important. It's important, but the things happening just for the sake of getting promotions, and likewise our applications are ending up into as corpus was. But the question is, how many faculty members do have, even research specifically, have the adequate number of citations? They have so many Scopus publications, but how many of them have a real citation? Means that other people agreed your observations and they take it to, it's very difficult. So the one thing is that the due diligence is very important aspect. They are looking into many parameters like one, faculty. Take an example, faculty. 4 kinds of faculty members are needed in AACSB. You know that. Scholarly academicians and scholarly practitioners, practice academicians and instructors. 4 types of categories. Take an example, scholarly academy. You have a PhD. It doesn't mean that you are earning money out of this through the teaching and likewise. Many students in industry, they are basically, they have PhD, but they're not coming for business schools teaching or something. They are getting money from somewhere. So PhD, are they using the money to get teaching to get the money, or this money they are not using, they are using only coming as adjunct or some sort of, what you would say, professors of practice and likewise. So that kind of categories of faculty members needed, but they prefer scholarly academicians, maybe around 30-35% or 40%. Industry oriented practitioners, we needed around 20%, and practiced industrialists are needed. And lastly, instructors. These 3 groups have to pull up the last small category of faculty members. This is, we are not following at all. This is one of the due diligence with which accreditation body is coming up. Now, you look on internationalization. It's not just MOU signing. We have a practice of signing MOUs a lot. But after that, what is happening? Nothing. So students exchange, faculty exchange, curriculum, they are trying to look at each other. Take an example, my students are in US, my students are in Czechoslovakia, different countries. My first question, get me the syllabus, and my director of academic planning coming, we sit and we check due diligence happening. It's not happening. So hence, because some countries we have to neglect, some countries we have to, even our Africa, I'm telling you, sir, we are not in the right track, I'm telling you. Because I worked in best of countries, 28 countries all along. Because of that, getting some idea about Finlandian education, Scandinavian education, and likewise, we are aware about it. But it's not like that here. Here, they have to strictly follow, just like UGC, here NUC, National University Commission. All right. It's not at all updated. The curriculum is not at all updated. And it's going without having proper, what you would say, PEO, PLO, CLO, with all the LTPs and lesson plans, and suggesting the best of curriculum or the books or journals inside the syllabus, the student kind of nothing. So they're not ensuring the quality, and there is no mapping process happening between program learning objective and course learning objective, and how these courses are matching. No. So it's very difficult for internationalization. It's of course possible for the sake of getting an MOU, but literally materializing will be difficult. This is the first answer to you, sir. And the second one, you have how to bring these kind of changes in the classroom. I'm telling you, many factors, outside factors are influencing, like the bandwidth, internet connectivity, the speed of it, and the kind of students you are getting, and the kind of faculty members you have. These are the crux with which we are exactly functioning, this dynamic nature of Industry 5. That's what I told you, even we are not ready, Africa is not ready for Education 3.0. And how we can think about education. But some of the universities, they have solar panels, they have alternative energy. Of course, we don't have to depend on, what you would say, carbon fuels, and that means leaving the carbon, what you would say, prints in the society, and likewise, we don't have to depend on that kind of resources. So we equipped with a completely alternative system. Hence, because we can talk about Industry 5.0 now. And we are converting majority of our classes through online platforms, and we are ensuring, that's what I told you, reimagining skills program, which we have exited, that we provided for the students, faculty members. They have gone through all these kind of approaches, differential approaches in teaching and learning with the support of technology. So we are marrying that one, but it would be the decision of the management, how much proportion initially we should in the first phase, how much proportion in the second phase, and likewise a gradual. I don't suggest everything should be done immediately, because it will be a catastrophic impact on the system. Instead of that, slowly, steadily, by phase, you need to move on. But when you reach that particular stage of Industry 5.0 completion, I'm sure that particular time we might have reached Industry 6.0 or 7. All right. So it is a continuous movement exactly that we have witnessed 1 to 2. So I may suggest absolute faculty development programs on quality assurance aspect. This is very important. Warfoot level, every faculty member has to go through these quality assurance training programs. How? That means connecting industry, education 4.0, and then to 5.0, the technologies, integration, all kinds of learning. We need to imbibe at Warfoot level, with which only we can make a change. If there is resistance from the faculty level, I'm not sure this change is going to happen, sir. So innovative, it's called as metacognitive. This is the term I used. Metacognitive assessment patterns, metacognitive assignment pattern, metacognitive teaching patterns to be identified by the faculty members or the faculty together, and then apply in accordance with different courses. Different types of metacognitive strategies can be applied. That's the only way with which we can improve the faculty consciousness or faculty involvement in this change process.
Thank you, Dr. Dilip. Since we are running out of
Third
time.
question, yes, I know. Third question I cannot address because of time limit.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Our apologies. You can understand the limitations of our organization.
Sure. Thank you. Thank you so much. I got it now. Thank you so
Over
much.
to Dr. Pujita.
Thank you, Professor Dilip Kumar, for sharing your viewpoints of Education 5.0. And you have shown us the progression of education from Education 1.0 to Education 5.0, and also regarding innovation and technology advancement and compelling paradigm shifts to adapt future employability trends and IoT taking over the traditional system. And also you also shared your thoughts on how mindful the teachers should be and how the students have to participate in curriculum designing. Thank you once again.
Yeah, just sorry. Can I just say something for a minute?
Yeah, please go
It's
ahead.
Mohit here
Be
again,
quick.
right?
Mohit,
Very quick. Yeah, Dr. Dilip, right? I have been in banking for 18 years, but I could relate everything you said about machine learning, AI, ML, all those buzzwords, right? And there have been multiple startups in the market who have been teaching in terms of short-term courses that okay, come learn and pay us the money and go. For the first time, I'm hearing something where you're talking about social and emotional ability. You're saying about married technology and lifelong learning, right? That is something which is really important. And I really appreciate this is for the first time I have seen something so complete, because every time I see something more commercial type, but this is something which is fully complete, and I think it can be accomplished. And thank you, Dr. Radhakrishna Sharma, for inviting me. It is my Sunday morning, it's a holiday, but yeah, I think it was useful. Many thanks.
Have a blessed day, Mohit. And thank you for inviting me to this particular session. Special thanks to Radhakrishna Sharma and what you would say to the KL University. Best wishes to you. Bye-bye.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Moving forward, we have some audience to share their experience about the conference. And now I request Dr. Kanaya Singh, former Director of Birla Institute of Technology, to share the experience regarding the conference in brief.
Thank you, ma'am. Actually, I have been actively involved in this conference right from beginning. Dr. Radhakrishnan is very close to me, and I think we have very good relationship for last 20 years. So I must congratulate the entire team and Dr. Radhakrishnan for such a wonderful conference. I mean, I have not seen so far. It is a virtual, it's a hybrid mode, virtual plus one, but I think the quality of speakers, what you have selected, what you have chosen, and the quality of papers that speak about the quality of the conference. In the higher education particularly, I have got three things to say. One is the challenge today before all of us, the faculty members and the B schools and the colleges or the engineering colleges, how to create the interest among the students. That is the biggest challenge nowadays, because their interest, their preference have been shifted, have been diversified in many areas, and then they are hardly interested in learning and teaching. This is the one biggest challenge. And second thing, what I feel that self-exposure to the students is also missing, and that to some extent that responsibility lies with the faculty members. Then how to cope up with particular this gap? This is another question I have. And third question about the research. And the research particularly, we are very much blamed everywhere when we send some paper to journals, particularly foreign journals. They will say India, by seeing the name of the India, they reject it outward. And they say it is not fit to, nothing. Such a bad image we have about research papers in the journals. So then how to improve this? Now, three things are very important. This conference, I think, will give some direction at least, as the professor said just now, that in a phased manner we can go ahead. So I think this conference has been very, very wonderful, and there have been eminent speakers. The papers, the quality of papers, I understand. Dr. Radhakrishnan had been in touch with me for last 1 week, and he is so particular about the quality of papers. No, it should be that, it should be done like this, and it should not be considered until unless the things are being completed. I mean, such a pains people will not take nowadays in the conference, but it is a wonderful. It is a wonderful conference I have seen, and I really compliment Dr. Radhakrishnan and the entire team. Particularly, it is not a one-man show; it is a complete team who has worked for this conference. I really wish that, I only request that the good papers should be published in the good journals. That is what I wish. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Now I request Mr. Mohit, Senior Vice President, Citibank London, UK, to share the experience about the conference.
Yep. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, okay. So as I mentioned, right, I have been into banking for 18 years, and I studied civil engineering, right? So I ended up in banking, but I'm in the technology kind of a place in banking where we do a lot of innovation, where we do innovation in terms of how regulatory reporting can be improved, how P&L of the bank can be improved every year. And I have worked maybe for 3-4 years in India and maybe another 14 years in London. And we go for campus recruitment every year, right? And when we go for campus recruitment, we definitely see sometimes we hire a maths graduate, sometimes we go for an engineering graduate, sometimes we go for a computer science graduate, right? Uh, whatever I saw today, right? Whatever I experience in last couple of hours, I feel that universities or professors are seriously working to bridge that gap. So for an example, if I hire a grad today, I really have to spend 8 to 9 months to kind of train him, to train a maths graduate into the field of computer science, not the whole computer science, but at least to teach the basics of a programming language, or if he is going to work on AI ML learning aspect. So I definitely see that that gap is being bridged, and there is a lot of work is being done. And finally, a special thanks to Radha Krishna Sharma. I remember talking to him 6 months ago, where I was addressing the same thing, that okay, I have this problem, right? Whether I hire grads in India or I hire grads in UK, I have this problem. And I think today the conference has kind of given me assurance that we are working in the right direction. So thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Now I request Professor Ravi Kumar, English Department, KLEF, to share the experience regarding the conference.
Good afternoon, one and all. My special thanks to the director, IQHEI Professor K. Subbarao sir. I also thank the Dean Quality Professor K. Ramakrishnan sir and the joint organizers from IQHEI and the Academic Staff College. Of course, the two-day conference on quality assurance in higher education institutes was an eye-opener to one and all, and most of them present, both as presenters and the keynote speakers, would agree with me. All the keynote speakers like Professor Anisur Rahman, Noor Hayate, Professor Ninal Nisha, John McCanley, Professor Rama, Professor Ullas Ponnadi, Professor Dilip Kumar, they all shared their thoughts and enlightened the global audience sailing from several countries. The way it was organized in a systematic and professional manner is really commendable. I'm sure all the participants would agree with me that they've learned something new. It was such an informative conference that nobody would ever miss. I thank one and all again, and I'm sure everyone will be looking forward to participate in such conference even in future as well. And my special thanks to Professor Venugopal sir, Professor Prakash sir, Professor Radhakrishna Sharma sir, Dr. Lakshmi Prasanna, Associate Dean Quality, Mr. Anil, the manager of IQSC, and all others in making this conference a really grand success. Thank you once again.
Thank you, sir. Now I request Dr. Radhakrishna Sharma, Associate Dean Quality, to share his experience.
Thank you, one and all. Thanks to the speakers. Thanks to paper presenters. Thanks to review team. Thanks to support staff. Thanks to technical team. All together have earned this appreciation from our audience. With these, this is the time for much awaited event. That is declaration of the awards. And over to Dr. Pujita.
Now I request Dr. B. Chandra Prakash, Professor CSC Department, KLEF, to announce the awards.
Hello, dear participants. After the thorough review of the received papers, we found some papers are having plagiarism and some papers did not meet the quality of our standards, etc. And only 10 papers have been found suitable for the presentation in this conference. After 3 layers of critical evaluation, the panel of judges awarded the prizes to the following authors of the papers. Now I'll announce the prizes. Third prize goes to Anuradha Bandhyopathyaya Shanke, KLEF deemed to be university. The title is Fostering Excellence in Education, a case for TQM in implementing a course on research methods in higher education in India. Second prize goes to Dr. Ankit Raju, UP, Dr. Naresh Bhaskar Raju, Malaysia, and Bohi Shahjahan, Bangladesh. The title is Ways to Improve Quality of Teaching and Learning in Higher Education, case study from Varanasi Division. First prize goes to Abhishek Anand and Dr. R.K. Dwivedi, IBM GLA University, Madura, UP. The title is A Comparative Study of Gross Enrollment Ratio in Higher Educational Institutions of India and China. So we congratulate all the winners.
Once again, a hearty congratulations for all the winners, the conference. And now I request Mr. M. Lakshman Kumar, Associate Dean Quality, to introduce the guest for valedictory section.
Thank you, ma'am. Good afternoon to all dignitaries and participants. Dr. Rupara is Director of Quality Assurance and Development Center at Gulf University, Bahrain. She has a passion for the quality assurance and has reflected her experience in the field over 10 years. She is the key person in preparing university strategy planning and college strategic planning. Under her leadership in the quality assurance, Gulf University met quality assurance standards with the full confidence, achieved institutional listing on National Qualification Framework NQF, Higher Education Council, Bahrain Institute accreditation. Regarding her academic profiles, she obtained her PhD in economics from Andhra University, India. She taught at different universities in India, Bahrain, and possessed a fellowship from UK Higher Education Academy. She taught different courses, namely microeconomics, macroeconomics, managerial economics, quantitative mathematics, business statistics, entrepreneurships, and small business management, principles of management, operational research, etc. Her roles in the strategy management and quality assurance has opened a new paradigm in her research, such as educational, recent trends, and innovations in teaching, learning, corporate, social responsibility, governance, leadership, sustainability. Dr. Roy attended and presented her research at the international conference and published papers in Scopus Industry Journals. Now I welcome Dr. Roy to address the gathering. Thank you.
Ma'am, you are in mute, ma'am, please. Ma'am, your voice was.
Okay. Am I audible now?
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Okay, and I'm sharing my screen, right? Hello, can you see my screen?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you very much for the introduction, and good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to one and all who are attending this session. Before starting my presentation, I would like to thank the organizers of this conference, and special thanks goes to Professor Dr. Radhakrishna Sharma for inviting me. I feel truly privileged not only to take part in this session, but listening to all the presentations over 2 days. It is so enriching, and really I feel blessed, and you all did a great job, and it is I believe it has been so much hard work, and bringing all the visionaries and stalwarts from the field and bring them in one platform. It's not easy. Congratulations, and wish you good luck in your future endeavors. Now, I am from Gulf University, Bahrain. I'm here from 2000 in this university from 2013. Before, I was in Birla Institute of Technology International Center. Professor Radhakrishna Sharma was my ex-colleague, by the way. So here, before summarizing the 2 days conference, I would like to give some idea of what our university is doing in quality assurance. Then I will try to summarize, since it is really difficult to summarize in 20 minutes. I will start with these 2 quality codes. And by the way, I would like to tell something, that in my slides, you will see all the pictures. Those are from my university. So you all are welcome to visit Bahrain and visit us in the university. So just I would like to take you all through my slides to our university. Out of these 2 quotes, one quote has already been presented and explained by Professor Rinaldo. So I will not mention that. About the second one, let me start with: quality is never an accident. It is always the result of high intention, sincere effort, intelligent direction, and skillful execution. It represents the wise choice of many alternatives. Now, coming back to this second one, that why it is so important to learn, unlearn, and relearn, I would like to get your attention that challenges to be made by future could not be made by a linear approach to learning and skills. To meet the radical changes of future, our own learning must be ready to respond and adapt as economies, industries, and societies face disruption. Quality assurance and enhancement in higher education institutions should have this perspective: internal quality assurance and quality assurance management. So these things should be in place wherever we work. The approach for internal quality assurance system should be based on fitness for purpose and fitness of purpose. Now, fitness for purpose is generally driven internally from the vision, mission, and strategic direction of the university, objective of the college, etc. And fitness of purpose is externally driven. So here we talk about external reference point, the expectations and requirements from the regulatory bodies, accreditation standards of the professional and academic accreditation bodies, quality culture and practice in collaboration with internal and external stakeholders. Now universities are not operating as any island entity. So there is collaboration from the community, from industry and society at large. What is very important, and all our speakers, they went through these aspects, is about ensuring optimum learning environment. So educational environment includes campus life, infrastructure and learning resources, facilities. So it's not about only classroom and what we teach. The students, they need to get a holistic learning experience, which will actually build their character when they are preparing themselves for future, for profession, for academics, or for anything. And the quality assurance and management system should be supported by a solid framework of policies, procedures, guidelines. And everything we do for what? For evidence-based decision making. All our presenters, they mentioned about data-driven decision making. So this is the purpose, informed decision making. And what I would like to say, that a lot of issues and perspectives raised and shared by our esteemed presenters, it's all shared by us also. We are following the same practice as well. Quality assurance and development framework at Gulf University. So here I would like to mention that quality assurance, traditionally, it was restricted only to a department or a directorate. Thanks to all the stakeholders, their change in understanding and the support from the management everywhere in the world now, we understand that quality assurance is responsibility for everyone in the university. So it's not restricted to the quality assurance department, and it is not restricted to audit only. It's inclusive of every functions of the university, both academic and administrative functions. So we cover governance, like the arrangement, starting from BOT, University Council, committees and council structures, then strategic directions or themes, goals, because our current strategic plan, which we are going to launch, it is almost ready. We have changed from strategic directions to strategic themes, because themes are now contributing to one or more strategic objectives. Of course, quality assurance and enhancement. We know that we started from quality control everywhere, then quality assurance, enhancement, and we are not focusing only on meeting the standards. So it is continuous enhancement. Quality audit, access, transfer, and progress. It's about student admission, because whatever we do, everything will be failed if the quality of intake is not appropriate. Program design and development, it's for launching new program. Program review and development, teaching, learning, and assessment. And assessment includes assessment design, moderation. We call assessment verification and moderation. Verification is for pre-assessment, and moderation is for post-assessment. So one is for validity and another is for reliability and consistency of the assessment. Research, we encourage both staff and students to publish research, and it is supported by the University Research Council. So what we do, we encourage our students to work with faculty to publish research, even their graduation project, and in the research methodology course also. Students, they are preparing a proposal or doing some small research or literature review. So students are encouraged to publish that in collaboration with the faculty. And community engagement. So we are basically following to to cover all three pillars of higher education, that is education, research, and community engagement. The structure of Quality Assurance and Development Center in our university, we have 3 units: Quality Assurance and Accreditation Unit. Within this unit, we have Institutional Performance Measurement Office, because we know that what cannot be measured cannot be managed. And before that, we should also understand that what cannot be defined cannot be measured. That is very important. Planning and Development Unit, which is responsible for strategic plan, annual report, operational plan, and monitoring. And the third unit is the Staff Professional Development Unit. In many universities, you will find that staff development is under HR, but our university, after we restructured the center, we did benchmarking, and staff development is under quality assurance, and it takes care of the development needs of both admin and academic staff. This is my last slide before I come to the conference themes. Strategic priorities in HEIs. So wherever we are now heading to internationalization. Now, internationalization does not mean that we have to offer international degree, or we must send students for exchange or staff. Of course, these are very important part of internationalization, but for us, internationalization means also providing exposure to the students to international experience. It can be done through collaborative work with international students, can be done through field visit or summer school. So it can be done online also, and when there is opportunity, we are taking our students to universities with whom we have MOU. Local and international accreditation, both institution and program level. This is very important to ensure quality and to know that we are at par with international standards. This will reflect in the quality of our graduates. Collaboration with local, regional, and international universities offering international degree. We are providing franchised program of University of Northampton currently. Partnership with industry, this is very important, and your university is doing a great job, I know from the first day presentation. Relevant research with reflection on industry and society, that is very important to have impactful research. So we encourage our staff and students to address industry problems and the recommendations how it will support the industries to enhance their performance. The next one is digital transformation. So we all talk about digitalization and digitization in our teaching, teaching, learning, research, and campus operation. That is very important. And ranking, today it is very important to be competitive. Contribution towards SDGs. This is one of our strategic themes, that how as higher education institution, we will not contribute only to goal 4, that is quality education, but how through we can contribute to other strategic other SDGs also. Of course, not all 17 goals are relevant, or we are not in a position to contribute, but small initiatives can really help us to make this world a very beautiful place. Campus life and activities, because we believe that classroom education is not enough to prepare students to have all interpersonal competencies, and also to build character. It's very important they take part in co-curricular and extracurricular activities. So co-curricular means field visit, guest speaker, so where industry from industry people are coming, career fair, and all other career development activities. And last but not the least is effective community engagement. So we provide training and workshop to the community, and we very recently we are planning to, we have decided to develop an advisory board also, so bringing different prominent people from industry, and to basically help us to connect with the community. Sorry, I told industry. So from the community, these people will help us, because as a university, it is not possible for us to know the needs of the community and to engage with community. So now coming back to conference themes, we all know that these are the 4 themes, and under which we spread all the presentations from the keynote speakers and the paper presentations. So apart from, I will not read out the themes because we are very much aware of it, and all these 2 days we were enjoying. So apart from the main conference platform, there were parallel sessions which included presentation of 7 researchers. Authors in this conference are from India, Nepal, Bangladesh, Nigeria, Oman, and Malaysia, and participants are from also diverse nations. Again, India, Nepal, Bangladesh, Oman, UAE, Malaysia, Bahrain, Nigeria, New Zealand, UK, USA, and Canada. So that shows the diversity and inclusion. Now, takeaways from IAQHEI conference. I have tried my best to cover almost all the presentations. Apart from the parallel presentations, I attended all the sessions. So I will try to cover only some points because of the limited time. The presentation on Indian higher education, creating a quality mindset. It was focusing on utilizing inflection point, that is the COVID, how we can get the benefit out of it. Of course, COVID opened opportunities for hybrid learning, massification of education, and the motivation to move from good to great. Unless and until we attain this stage, something revolutionary will not come, and that will also help us to get competitive advantage and will help us, and this is very much important to get the changing mindset. Ownership of what we do, that is very important. I want to mention here, we are doing a lot of things as institution, not the quality assurance cell or the center. Everyone in the university is part of it, but what is the problem? Most of the time we face the challenge that people are doing just for the sake of doing it, for the sake of filling papers, or because it is instruction from the quality assurance center. So if they know this is required for continuous quality enhancement and it is also helping them directly, then they will take the ownership. Then we don't need to follow up. And what all the speakers mentioned about zero defect, that we are if we can do it everything right from the beginning, we don't need someone to audit. And okay, there will be audit and inspection, but that will be very easy, and the role of the auditors will be just to provide some recommendation. So auditors or inspectors will not check whether things are there or not. They will directly focus on the quality and give some tips to improve. Honesty and integrity, that is very important to elevate us from this level. Contemplation versus reflection. Why I would like to mention here that the more we reflect, we are reflective, more effective we are. So it is not enough to contemplate something. It is very important to reflect, to react on something. Okay. Role of IQAC, creating value, process and data-driven decision making. Everyone spoke about innovation, creativity, entrepreneurship, and how actively engaged team will transform the disengaged team, and the university, the institution will move towards excellence. Become trusted advisor and drive quality. This is the fifth level in IQAC. 3 C's in quality journey, that is conviction, commitment. The last one is, I cannot remember now. Okay. Key success factors to quality. The next speaker gave presentation on professional development of academic staff in higher education, globalization, rapid change in management process, techniques and technology. About the current and future challenges, we know that there is growing demand in the higher education market, and the staff and students, they need to be, and they were aware of information, how to meet these challenges. The prescriptions or like suggestions were to be responsive with the changing policies of governments, external demands and societal needs, international perspective in designing courses, pedagogies, and continuously updating the content of the course to to make it current and relevant, focusing more on competencies of teaching staff by giving staff development programs. Here I would like to mention that staff development activities or program does not mean giving only quality assurance related training. So it is important to give continuously training in teaching, learning, assessment, capacity building in research, quality assurance, plus program specific quality, program specific staff development. That is very important to reflect on their teaching. The next presentation was related to challenges of TQM in higher education with Malaysian university context. The challenges everywhere, the challenges are same. There is resistance, lack of student engagement or participation in the teaching learning process, lack of resources, inadequate training and development, inadequate leadership, in the sense there is commitment from leadership, but sometimes the leaders, they are not much aware of the importance of certain things. Conflicting priorities, or here I would like to mention, it is not always conflicting priorities. It is about the issues related to multitasking. So we do not know which one or which project should we focus on first and which will be easier to implement first. Difficulty to measure success, should have proper success criteria, lack of standardization and absence of transparent communication or inappropriate communication. Overcoming challenges, of course, communication is the best way to overcome lot of constraints. Better communication and stakeholder engagement, involvement in participative decision making. This suggestion or this approach was mentioned by a lot of speakers. Data-driven decision making, leadership commitment, training and development, and of course, continuous improvement. Coming back to ocean model, we were enlightened through the fact that influence of personality traits of response group over feedback really contribute to the quality of feedback or responses. Improving the feedback quality by analyzing group personality traits using ocean model is very important for quality assurance perspective. Using CAFU model, we know that normal, the researchers, they have enlightened us knowing that to help me to making this statement that normalizing the feedback before incorporating in an improvement plan is very important. Under theme 2, We had the role of quality assurance in teaching and a research excellence framework. Professor Mrinalini, she took us to her wonderful slides, started with zero defect in education process. It's about providing optimal learning environment through enablers, implementation, results, feedback, in turn closing the loop of quality. So it starts with strategic plan, then how we implement, how we evaluate the quality of our graduates, and how we get feedback from the employers, and how it is fed into the next cycle. New program planning, marketing, design, strategy, launch, these are different stages. What I remember from her presentation, she focused on the one fact that marketing, it's not about it's not the job of the peer department. Your students, what they prepare, what they deliver, how they win competitions, what they do in their internship course, these are all reflective of your students, the quality. So it will help the university to attract new students, or to have proper marketing strategy. You don't need to focus only on billboards and digital marketing strategy. So the quality of your students, that speaks. Lot of speakers touched upon new economic policy 2020. It focuses on flexibility, multidisciplinary learning, life skills, EDI, or equality, diversity and inclusion, ethics and human. 7 chakras in education, which focuses on how we start from the mapping between courses and program learning outcomes, then how course learning outcomes are mapped with program learning outcomes, how these are assessed through various assessment methods, how we come out with the results, whether the students have really achieved learning outcome, and how it is embedded in the next cycle, how the feedback with the required improvement, and how we get motivation to make revision in the program. Futuristic view of education, it focuses on digital economy, digitalized learning, and making global citizen. That is very important. The next speaker gave presentation on how to ensure quality in interdisciplinary teaching. Professor has experience in teaching both psychology and computing, and how he observed the difference between the style and the nature of the students in terms of gender and age, the expectations, life experience, motivation to study and learning style, and how assessment techniques or methods will also differ. He focused on flipped class, where the role of the instructors is more of a facilitator, where the student, we all know and we practice also. 7 principles of assessment and feedback. Here we talk about independent learning and providing learning and designing learning pedagogies and assessment, keeping into consideration the need of the students. And last but not the least is the authentic task or performance based assessment. So here again, we talk about linkage with industry. The students can do authentic tasks either through hands-on experience, experiential learning, but it is much easier and impactful or effective for them to directly work with industry, to interact with industry, get their problem and reflect on their project. Of course, project-based learning. Later on also it has been mentioned. The next paper was revisiting the key elements in approaching quality. Reorganization, this morning we started. with the valuable presentation by Professor Rama. Reorganization of the education sector, training the students for life, for their living, inculcating social sense, inculcating values, citizenship, and building character. Improving the key processes which will basically support the institution to achieve excellence, staff professional development, stakeholder participation, innovation and experimentation, and giving autonomy to the students to come out with their own idea and then reflecting into actualization of those ideas. Good governance with decentralization, these were all mentioned. Then value-based approach, start with focus, like strategic focus, strategy and leadership to create value system, sense of purpose, and developing effective performance measurement tools. Growing and evolving university. No university is completely developed, so there is opportunity to evolve even further with entrepreneurship view, learning for sustainability and contributing towards sustainability development goals, developing learning communities, digital communities. These are keywords. Ensuring quality through quality promotion, quality enhancement, and quality evaluation. I will not go through each and everything because I think I will be taking a lot of time in that case. The next one was ways to improve quality of teaching and learning in higher education, offering skill management courses apart from the curriculum. Like we can give courses to the students on financial prudence. Okay, we can support the students to provide some courses which will help them to make a balance between their work and life, and to support them in psychological improvement. Awareness of courses related to, or some content or units related to awareness of government schemes. Clubs should be not only where to nurture their hobbies, but even if the clubs can be formed based on the disciplines like HR club, computer club, or engineering club, design club, photography club. So this will also help the students to contribute to their profession later on. Courses for faculty, how to collaborate with industry, etc. Then micro level input, where the students can relate with the achievers from their district or locality, so that then they can relate with them, and they can think that yes, we can also contribute to the bigger picture. Staff and student exchange, field visit, encouraging units and the faculty towards apply for professional courses, including ISO certification for the units, and action-based research, not the desktop research. Now moving towards the most exciting part of Education 5.0. Today we came at, for me, it's completely new. This concept is totally new. Before preparing this presentation, I went through some pages in Google, but today what all I gained from the presenters, it was really amazing. Industry 4.0 and Education 4.0, it talks about all automation, application of AI, etc. But 5.0, we are moving towards more humanized aspect. COVID-19 helps us to offer innovative ways to adapt to the changes. Blended learning, which was never considered as option, becoming new normal. Move to 5.0. It is more towards collaborative learning, industry academia linkage, peer network, professional courses from Coursera, Udemy, etc. Creativity, entrepreneurship, experiential learning, authentic assessment. Again, we can see the synergy between the thinking of our presenters, and future skills towards exploring human emotions, redefining leadership, exploring options like human library, where the we are not supposed to read the whole book, where in the library, the author of the book himself will come and sit in front of us and share what is there in the book, and there will be, exchange of ideas and communication with the reader. Then Professor Ronaldo, he spoke about how HR managers today are aligned with TQM apart from usual, HR functions. Need for operational excellence and multifaceted approach of quality. I was really, amazed with this Segumpan model. So S for SDGs, E for emotional intelligence, and he explained each and every components in a very detailed manner. Globalization, where we talk about ranking of the universities for global visibility and to attract new staff. Then unlearn, learn and relearn, about digital citizenship, research, authentic assessment and networking, and how we can implement those in our strategies and practices. Then education 5.0 and way forward. We were really carried away with the presentation by Professor Dilip. Transition from education 1.0 to education 5.0, he took us to, the whole journey, by the way. Classical type of education started experiencing the changes from education 3.0 with like some keywords: student-centric education, learner focused, flipped class, not lesson plan, learning plan. Education 4.0 came with other changes like co-creation and innovation. So learning plan got replaced by creativity plan, not face-to-face learning, personalized teaching, virtual reality, change in evaluation criteria where continuous assessment, group assessment, okay, etc. And of course, individual assessment. In industry 5.0, it's basically era of robots, where it is very important to understand it's not about only technology, machine learning and all. It's about how to integrate in technology and human ethics and humanism based education, how technology can adapt to human emotions, skill based degree, how individuals can direct smart machines and robots. In the emerging scenarios, supply-based education, competency-based education, requiring troubleshooting technologies and skill sets where mindfulness and purposefulness will be the key terms. So the future is to think out of the box or outward looking, learners building learner-centric communities, technology-driven expectation towards project-based learning, using digital tools and technologies, working with industry, doing professional courses. Already I mentioned, learners are considered to be as a change agent, contributing to their lifelong learning. I'm not sure whether I exceeded time or not. That is from my side. I would be happy if you want to ask anything, or if there is no time, we can stop. Up to you.
Thank you, Ramporai ma'am. Actually, we are running out of time. Thank you very much for your valuable address. Thank you, ma'am. And I'm next, proceeding to next. I request Dr. M. Venugopal Rao Garu, Professor ECE and Associate Dean IQAC, KLE of UMW University. Please propose the vote of thanks.
It gives me a great pleasure in proposing vote of thanks to all the concerned who directly or indirectly contributed to the successful conduct of this two-day international conference, 5th IAQHEI 2023. In the day one, first of all, I would like to place on record our sincere thanks to Professor Abhirama Krishna, Director General, Badurga Group of Institutions, Hyderabad, Telangana, who accepted to be a chief guest and also delivered talk on Indian higher education, creating a quality mindset. Thank you, sir. I would like to thank Professor Anisur Rahman, Professor and Director, UGC Human Resource Development Center, Jamia for addressing the participants on professional development and academic staff, professional development of academic staff in higher education, a need of the nation. Thank you, sir. I am very happy to place on records our thanks to Dr. Van Narhayate Van Dag, University Sultan Jainal Abidin, Malaysia, for making a presentation on challenges of total quality management in higher education. Madam rightly pointed out the difficulties behind being faced by the faculty community in the process of discharging their duties in assuring quality in higher education. Thank you, Madam. Our sincere thanks to Professor Mrunalini Shah, Institute of Management Technology, Ghaziabad, founder of postdoctor of Warsaw University, Poland, alumnus of Harvard Business School, USA, and St. Gallen University, Switzerland, for delivering keynote address. Thank you, Madam. We would like to thank Professor John McElhenney, Professor of Psychology, Bournemouth University, UK, for delivering keynote address on ensuring quality in interdisciplinary teaching. Thank you, sir. In the day 2, I would like to place on record our sincere thanks to Dr. K. Rama, advisor, for accepting to be a guest of honor and enlightening our participants. Thank you very much, Madam. I am pleased to place on records our thanks to Professor Renaldo Gacho Segumpan, former HOD, Business Administration, University of Technology and University of Technology and Applied Sciences, IBRI, Sultanate of Oman, for delivering keynote address on quality enhancement through manpower development, exploring best practices in higher education. Thank you, sir. I would like to thank Mr. Ullas Ponnadi, Founder Director, Mr. Ullas Ponnadi, Founder Director, UB Ventura LLP, Cochin, India, and his partner, Mr. Babuji, for delivering a talk on Education 5.0 and a new education policy 2020 of India. Thank you. Thank you. I am pleased to place our thanks to Professor M. Deputy Vice Chancellor, University of Nigeria, talk on education and wave. Thank you, sir. I am pleased to place on Dr. Rumpa. I'm pleased to place on Rumpa Rai, Director, Development Center, Kingdom of Web Address. I would like to thank Pro Chancellor and Pro Vice Chancellor for being direct introduction of students. I would in my place on Professor Ramakrishna Garu, convener of this conference, and Dr. K. Deputy Convener of, and also Director, and all the fellows IPS staff in organizing. I would like to thank the staff of academic support. I will also judges Professor V. Chandrabaga, Department, PC Department, under Dr. Ravi Kumar for their best practice. But now thank Mr. Surya Teja, BSc students for helping us platform for organizing, and also thanks to first CSC prayer song. I would like to thank anchors, Prata, Associate Professor, and Dr. Business Management, comparing the. I would like to thank who contributed for the success. Thank you. So the conference is Assessment Application Council of India, NAC. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. And this is the
Thank
time
you
to
very much,
national anthem.
Professor Venugopal Rao. And thanks to one and all, particularly Dean Professor Ramakrishna Garu and our director, Professor K. Subbarao Garu, for their support and guidance like elder brother throughout this conference. Thank you, everyone. Professor Teja may call the day.
Thank you, sir. This is the time for the national anthem. And with this, we'll end the session. Thank you.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Thank you. I'm ending the session. Thank you very much.